All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new here. One moment. Okay. I hope everybody's doing well today. It is July 29th, 2026. What is up? MRPD says I love you. Thank you, MRPD. I suppose I love you too. I love you guys. Yeah, we have some topics to go over and talk about today. Rich, Irfin, Prince, Skillful, Biamed. What is up, guys? Irfin says, so what happened with your doctor and all that? Are you better today? Yeah, so I went to the doctor and yeah, my blood pressure is high. Like it's pretty high. My blood pressure when I was I had to end my last stream abruptly. I just was not feeling good at all. My blood pressure was like 155 over 110, which is pretty bad. That's pretty bad. That's pretty high. That's actually really high. That's like beyond stage 2 hypertension. And so, I talked to the doctor and we don't know for certain that that's the cause of like my dizziness, but he was pretty concerned. He was saying that's the first thing we're going to treat and we're going to do something about that because it's not good to, he was looking at my blood pressure readings throughout the past couple of years, every time I'd come into the office and everything. So yeah, your blood pressure is supposed to be around like 120 over 80 or like 125 over 80, or below 80 sometimes. So yeah, it being 155 over 110 is not great. Yeah, I mean, what the doctor told me, he said that he thinks it's more genetic because he's noticed that pretty much since I started seeing him, like my blood pressure has been consistently high. And even when I started taking it at home, on my own, it would still be high, even like just sitting there at my desk, it's like 138 over like 92 or something. PlayStation's got me stressed, man. A 110 diastolic is very dangerous. Yeah, so, I got to try my best to take it easy until I go on my medication because he definitely seemed concerned, not with my overall health. Like he thinks overall I'm a healthy person, but he was, it's like you can't be just existing with super high blood pressure like that. It is dangerous. I am still young, so it could likely be quite some time. Well, I don't know. It depends. Shit happens to people no matter what their age is. So anyway, I am feeling a little bit better today. So I gotta get my diet under control. Stop working out altogether, bro. For now, I mean, yeah, we'll see where it goes. It's going to be a bit of a process. The doctor seems hopeful that once I get on he's putting me on a low dose blood pressure medication, nothing intense, but he wants to see what it does. And, he seems very hopeful that once that happens, I'll be, a lot of the symptoms I've been experiencing, not my neck, of course, that's a separate thing. He was saying that the constant pain I've been in could be, a contributing factor as to why, my blood pressure is running so high, but the bottom number is concerning. I usually also run in the 140s plus on top number. Not good, but I'm alive. My understanding with blood pressure readings is the top number, that's the one that's more about stress. Like you have a little bit more control over that through like deep breathing. And if you're feeling stressed, it'll raise, it'll go down if you're trying to relax. The bottom number, as far as I understand, that one is you have less control over that one. So the higher that number is, the more concerning it is, where it's like, you got to get that under control. But yeah, so hopefully once I start that medication, which will probably be this week, hopefully I see some results. I don't know if you guys will notice any difference, but I'm hoping that some of the symptoms and negative feelings I've been experiencing will go away. So yeah, I'm going to have to get my diet in order, man. I have no doubt. I have no doubt that is a contributing factor. So you've got chronic stress. Me too. Me too. I do not sip on pre-workout 24/7. No. I do eat cookies. No. I do eat cookies. I mean, I was a little worried about that myself. You know, he was saying that once we get my blood pressure under control, maybe we'll start doing some tests with my arteries and making sure everything's good. But I started thinking to myself, like, dude, my diet's been absolute shit for the past, like, 5 years. I mean, it's only gotten worse. I'm not gonna lie. I've had, like, moments where I try to do better, but I always end up, it's bad. So, I don't know. Yeah, I had to thoroughly explain to my doctor about the PlayStation disc situation. I had to let him know, like, doc, listen, my stress levels are abnormally high this month. Okay. It has been stressful. It has been. I'm not even going to lie. Like, this whole situation, unnecessary stress. I'm going to have to be that guy, man. That's like, I got to meditate. I must walk the path of peace and calm. And no matter what happens, you know, I must maintain that peace. I'm probably close to diabetic levels. Wait, hold on. What are you saying? You're saying, oh, you're telling me not to get diabetes. I don't know. It's weird. Every time they've checked my blood sugars, I've been good on that. Like, they haven't discovered anything that shows I'm in, you know, on the road to being diabetic. But I don't know. I mean, my father had really high blood pressure. High blood pressure runs heavily in my family, on both my mother and father's side. So, you know, the doctor seems to think, like, he was talking, you know, he was letting me know, yeah, lifestyle can do it too. You know, stress can do it. But maybe I am chronically stressed. I'm a high-strung person, you know? Or if you're saying you should tell him that you've had multiple crash outs in the past few weeks. I mean, yeah, that's another thing. Like, it's probably not good for me to be yelling like that and getting all worked up, you know, over, like, video games and stuff. Wait, Ghetto God, why did you remove Aaron's post here? He's like, don't get too stressed. It increases your blood pressure. Oh, damn, Titus. Yeah, it seems like they they follow each other closely. Well, I don't want to make this whole stream about my health. You know, I'm feeling okay. Ghetto God, for some reason it says you was it you that did it? Somebody timed out or removed Aaron's messages. I don't know if it was you or not. But doctor's orders switched to PC. It probably was an accident. Yeah, it happens sometimes. I always just try to make sure. Yeah, it's all good. I always just try to make sure if there's, like, something I miss or whatever. But we do have topics to go over today. Let Sony pay for my medical. I'm going to sue Sony. Let me make sure that person wasn't he wasn't hidden. No, he wasn't removed from the channel. It was just the messages. All right, let me see here. We have a direct donation from RichRod, and he says, MBG, cut out the Chef Boyardee and Hot Pockets. Chef Boyardee, man. Isn't it Chef Boyardee? Boyardee, like you're supposed to say it like that? I don't know. I've always said it Chef Boyardee. Spaghetti meatball Chef Boyardee is delicious. Well, let's go. It's just for the kids, okay? It's just for the kids, okay? No, I used to eat Chef Boyardee when I was a kid, but I haven't. I can't remember the last time. They were good though. They were good. I remember, like, the what was it called? It was like the pasta with the meat. I forget, but anyway, we have some gaming talk today. Got to cut out the sodium, you think? I was never a fan of SpaghettiOs. I tried to enjoy SpaghettiOs throughout my life when I was a kid. The beef ravioli, yeah, that was a good one. The beef-aroni, That was the good one. The beefaroni. Yeah, I saw those Capcom numbers, Irfin. Yeah. All right. Anyway, now we're talking. Thanks a lot, Rich. Now we're talking about Chef Boyardee. No, it's listen, the amount of ice cream and hot pockets and pizza and just pastries that I've been eating. I have to change my lifestyle, or I am probably going to die. Like, I'm not even kidding. So it's not a joke. I got to take care of myself. It's necessary. I've reached that point. I got to turn the ship around. All right, I got to turn it around. I'm going to try to just stick with a lot of grilled chicken. I'll try to incorporate some vegetables. I'm not a fan of vegetables, but I'll try. Maybe a little bit of fruit. No, it's not Mrs. MBG's fault. Mrs. MBG cooks healthy for me. It is literally my fault. Where like I'll eat her dinners and her meals, and they're usually very healthy. And then I will just at night pile on my third dinner, my third dinner, my second, sometimes third dinner, and I just go crazy. It's not good. It's like I'm fine in the morning. I'm fine at lunchtime. Sometimes I'm bad after dinner, or like after I eat dinner, I'll like go crazy on like a dessert or something. But yeah. Green grapes. All right. Well, I don't smoke weed. All right, but listen, let's get on track here. So I want to talk to you guys a little bit before we get into the topics about, the potential direction of the channel here. Yeah, my Twitter time. Yeah. The past couple of days, I've been better with it. But I need to talk to you guys before we get into the topics a little bit about the direction of the channel. Nothing too crazy here. All right. But I do want to let you guys know that I am planning to get much more serious about members content. This year we've been changing a lot of things, experimenting with a lot of things, doing a lot of different things. And I do apologize for how all over the place it's been. And my goal is to not make it more chaotic. My goal is to lock something in that we can stick with, that you guys can anticipate that it'll be the way going forward. And I think I have an idea on how to do that after all this experimentation and the direction they're going in. So here's what it is. All right. I'm not going to go into too much detail because I just kind of want to let it happen. But basically what you're getting right now, what you've been getting with the daily stream or the, multiple streams a week covering topics, that's remaining. Okay. I'm just switching the name. I'm calling it MBG Live. All right. And we will talk about topics. We'll be going live for hours at a time, just like we normally have been. But basically, I want to really expand the member content. And, I put a big emphasis on member content on my channel. We push for member gifts. We try to hit goals. We do hit goals a lot of times. I also notice people are paying members, and our ads running. Hold on. God damn it. I can't stand that it does that. Let me fix that now. Every time, man. YouTube really, they're like, we're going to run ads for you. You don't have a choice. Sorry about that. But basically, as you can see in the corner here, I'm going to be calling. So I'm going to have like 2 distinct forms, probably three. I'm hesitant to announce the third form of member content only because I've done this thing before where I overpromise and underdeliver. I don't want to do that. But for now, the 2 forms of member content that we're going to do are the Members Lounge, which is the members only streams where we kind of hang out. We talk about different things, and it's a different level of community engagement. So you will continue to get that. But I'm adding what I'm calling the member drop. And I used that term member drop previously for like gifting members. That's not what it means now. The member drop is basically just going to be like regular members content, and it could be anything. It could be literally anything. But it's basically going to be members exclusive content, and these are going to be pre-recorded videos, not live streams. So I did just put one out the other day, which is the one that you see up on screen. It is me looking back, pretty much like a 36-minute gameplay commentary where I'm talking to you guys about the launch of the PlayStation 5, reflecting on this generation, reminiscing about a game like Demon's Souls being a launch exclusive, and also wondering what the future of it all looks like with the PlayStation 6 and beyond. You know, so if you are a channel member and you haven't, because I don't know if it notifies all my channel members. I think sometimes people don't get notified even if they are members. When you get the chance, make sure you check out the membership section of the channel, because that was just uploaded. And yeah, I'm going to try to produce different types of content for you guys. Now, the third piece of content, again, I'm not announcing what it is yet, because I have to run a trial and experiment and see if it's actually going to work or not. I feel like if I can do this piece of content in the way that I want to do it, in the way that I imagine, it's nothing crazy. Like it's nothing like shockingly different, but it's like a different variation of something that I've done previously. I feel like members would appreciate it a lot if it turns out the way I'm hoping. So I'll give it a shot. My goal, if I'm able to, I will try to deliver that members content this weekend, maybe on Saturday, perhaps. Okay. But if you don't get it this Saturday, it'll probably come the week after. And I want to make it like a regular thing. You'll know what it'll make sense. But I'm just letting you guys know that, you know, I'm leaning more in the direction of doing live streams, interacting with the community, obviously trying to get direct support through the live streams, through memberships. But I really want to, like I said, my goal this year has been to find a way to truly add value to the membership. Because I know a lot of people choose to be members and they drop membership gifts and they super chat and they do all this stuff just because they want to support what I do here. And I greatly appreciate that. The fact that there are people who are willing to support and they're not asking for anything in return is incredible. But I really do think that we can bring a lot more people on board and create something good with member exclusive content if I can handle it right. So that's the goal. And, you know, I just want you guys to ultimately feel like if you are a member, it's absolutely worth it. But like I said, if you enjoy these regular daily streams that we've been doing, those are going to continue. So you don't have to worry about that. With that being said, though, we are talking about Silent Hill Townfall today. We are talking about Intergalactic's release window. We're talking about Xbox and how it was seemingly just revealed that they're still losing a large chunk of money on every Xbox sold, even after like the third price increase, which is mind-boggling. So we're going to cover that as well. And we have other topics that we'll discuss too. So, but with that being said, if you do want to support what I do here, consider becoming a member. Consider dropping member gifts, consider super chatting, or dropping direct donations. These are all ways in which you can support what I do here, okay? And like I said, if you do end up getting gifted a membership, make sure you go check out that member drop content. I should do some member game nights, play some multiplayer games with your members. Possibly. That's something that sounds a little bit stressful to me, I'm not going to lie. I don't know that I could properly manage that, but we'll see. I mean, I remember when Helldivers 2 came out, we did a little bit of that. It was a little stressful, you know. JV, stop trolling, you dick. God, we got some wild ones. We got some wild ones in the chat today. All right. We are going to start with Silent Hill Townfall, though. Okay. Silent Hill Townfall is a game that I'm looking forward to. I think a lot of you guys are looking forward to. But we did get previews. And so, oh, hold on. There was something I had to bring up, though, that I forgot. Give me 1 second to pull that up, if I can remember where I saw it. Yes, here we go. Okay, so we have some new details on Silent Hill Townfall. Oh, yeah, and if you guys want to join my Discord, RE46N2 Ray. I say your name like that, Ray, because I think sometimes people don't know. Like, they just see the RU46 in your name. He dropped the link to the Discord. You can join the Discord. You don't have to be a member. And there is a P.O. box there as well if you guys want to send anything over. Occasionally, we'll do a stream where we, I'll check on that P.O. box and see what's going on there, if anything. All right, so Silent Hill Townfall, there's hands-on previews that have come out, and here are some new details. This was compiled by Okami13. So the game is apparently between 10 to 12 hours long, and it's set in 1990s Scotland. It is first-person gameplay, first-person only, which is definitely a departure from the series. Silent Hill is traditionally third-person, so I think that makes this, a pretty unique aspect of this game. But it also says that Alien Isolation was a pretty clear inspiration in terms of how it builds tension. Townfall's director actually worked on the game. I believe they worked on Alien Isolation. You use a handheld radio to detect enemies in stealth. You use melee weapons or handguns as a last resort. So it seems like the game wants you to kind of avoid combat. Ammo is scarce, and firing it will reveal you to nearby enemies. You will solve mysteries and puzzles in the town of St. Amelia. The handheld CRT can also reveal clues about Simon's memories, puzzle solutions to where to explore next. First-person perspective enhances the, quote, scare factor. There are 5 endings in Silent Hill Townfall, 3 main endings and 2 secret endings. There are no A-B endings. The ending you get depends on the choices you make throughout your playthrough. There will be difficulty settings at launch. You get transported to the other world, which is bathed in red light. The protagonist, Simon Ordell, is looking for a woman named Zoe, but not much else is known at first. Simon arrives in St. Amelia with a strange IV attached to his hand. The town was seemingly taken over by corporate interests before everyone mutated. Zoe worked at a hospital and felt guilty about not being able to save people, which led to a mental breakdown. The game is releasing on September 24th on PS5 and PC, and it is worth noting that this is seemingly a PS5 console exclusive, but I don't know that Sony locked in a deal or not. It's hard to say. I would assume they did. I mean, Silent Hill 2 Remake ended up going to Xbox, so this is one of those games that, Sony seemed to work out a deal with Konami. But I will say that Silent Hill Townfall, it does seem like a pretty significant departure from previous Silent Hill games, but everything we've seen of it so far, I actually really like. I like the idea that they're going with first person. It's going to be interesting to see how the kind of Silent Hill formula translates in first person. But oh yeah, and there are Wolverine previews coming on August 13th, I believe. We'll cover that when they drop. Definitely interested to hear what people are saying there. But the previews for Silent Hill Townfall seem to be mostly positive. Like, they seem to all be positive. I haven't really heard anything negative. I think maybe some people might feel like the game's a little bit short at 10 to 12 hours. I actually think that's great. It is worth noting that this is a $50 game, so it's not a full price game. So with that in mind, I mean, 10 to 12 hours, that's survival horror game. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. So you, aka Mr. Hamster, a member for 19 months, says Sony Hill Disc Fall. Just got back from the new Spider-Man movie, and I didn't realize it's a Sony movie. I forgot we're doing a petition. Sorry. How dare you, Mr. Hamster? How dare you? Mr. Hamster broke and didn't even know he broke. He folded. He didn't even know he folded. He unintentionally folded. No, I don't think it matters, man. That movie's going to clean up, So how was it, though? Was it good? Was it worth it? Or if you don't want to see any more Wolverine, you're already sold. MBG, we don't care about reviews of other people's opinions. We just want to go in and form our own and not be influenced. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. I mean, you always got to make the decision on your own if you want to play a game, if it's for you. Hold on. Will it be like PT? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. No, I mean, from what we've seen of Silent Hill Townfall, I don't know that it's really going to be much like PT. It does feel a little bit similar in that it's first person, it's Silent Hill, but I don't know if it's going to be. It does look pretty scary, but I don't really get PT vibes from what I've seen of Silent Hill Townfall. Maybe like just a slight overlap, you know. But I think PT was pretty unique. It had a pretty unique style, you know, and a unique sense to it that I don't think we're seeing that with Townfall. Not to say that it looks worse or anything, but I mean, PT, if that ended up actually happening, it probably would have been hailed as the greatest Silent Hill game ever. You know, you think this isn't a Silent Hill game? What makes you say that? Too many changes, first person, it not actually being a Silent Hill. MBG, are we ever going to get the Wolverine poster back? We know you shattered it out of frustration, but we missed it in the background. I don't know. I ended up putting a few more foam panels up, and I can't remove those foam panels without ripping the wall off, like the paint and everything. So for now, I'm going to say probably not. But again, I wasn't expecting it to explode when I threw it. I just thought it was going to land on the ground, you know? The Kratos poster's over here now. You can't see it on camera, but I made a spot for it. That's Sony's fault. Sony made me do it. Sony made me destroy the poster. I kind of look like the protagonist of Silent Hill Townfall. You think so? You think so? I wonder how many people would agree with that. I gotta say, of all the messages I received today, that one might be the most surprising. That's whoa! I don't know. That's an insult. I love how people have a problem with the way he's dressed, though. Like he looks like he's dressed like Marty McFly or something. I'm like, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Man, you guys must really not be interested in Silent Hill Townfall because you're talking about food in the chat. And we have Skillful who comes in and says, you know what? We're going to get it started today. I'm going to drop 5 member gifts. 5.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Skillful. Thank you so much, man. He opens the 5-pack. W's in the chat for Skillful. He wants to get the train started today. Like I said, there's going to be a lot more members content coming. So if you are lucky enough to get a member gift, make sure you go check out the member section and see which content you're getting exclusively. All right. Please look forward to it. Please be excited. Please be excited for the member content. Look at that. Aaron became a member. Oh, just like that. Love to see it. And yeah, if you guys receive a member gift and you end up enjoying the member content output over the next 30 days and you like it enough, consider renewing your membership to support directly. The whole idea is to get as many people supporting monthly as we possibly can so I can continue to do what I do here. It takes the pressure off of myself as well as those who are doing a lot of heavy lifting for the community. So Skillful, thank you so much for that, man. We have KaneZ70 says, hey, MBG, are we going to talk about the new Capcom Q1 report saying 93% of the sales were digital? I do have that lined up. I could bump that up. Hold on. I did have it lined up. Where is it? Sorry, I have like 50 tabs open. It's a struggle to keep these tabs organized, man. Yeah, we got a couple of things for Capcom. Oh, you know what? I have a report here, Resident Evil Pragmata sales figures and RE sales figures. Hold on. Let me find where it talks about. Hang tight. Where is it? Here we go. Okay, so Push Square reports here, and we'll talk about this. I know that this has been making the rounds now as well. Push Square reports a lot of people like physical media. They like having the freedom of choice when it comes to purchasing a video game. And that's largely why Sony's decision to stop manufacturing PlayStation discs in 2028 has caused so much of an uproar. But when you sit down and look at the numbers, well, it's easy to see why companies like Sony have steadily lost interest in entertaining the physical market. We all know that digital game sales have been on the rise for generations. We're now at the point where physical sales are being completely dwarfed. They're not insignificant, but they're clearly low enough to be deemed unnecessary to PlayStation's business at large. And I don't really like to say it, but Capcom's latest sales data feels like another nail in the coffin. The publisher, which has been riding high for over a decade, has just released its financial results for the first quarter of the fiscal year, and they are damning, to say the least. 93.3% of Capcom's game sales, that includes both new and old titles, were digital. Just 6.7% were physical. It's a colossal gap. It's also important to note a whopping 60.4% of the sales were made on PC. So well over 50% on PC. The other 32.9% were made on consoles. Now, big discounts on older games are obviously going to drive that digital figure up, but there's just no getting away from how small that physical percentage is. Plus, we need to remember that Capcom's been incredibly busy with new releases this year. It's launched Resident Evil Requiem, Monster Hunter Stories 3, and Pragmata in 2026 so far. Even with the glut of new games, physical sales account for so little, both in Q1 alone and across the publisher's catalog units. From our perspective, the writing's been on the wall for just about as long as we've been writing for Push Square. A future that's practically all digital has been inevitable for a long time, but I also agree with what our editor Sammy wrote recently, in that Sony could have just waited for that inevitability to happen naturally within the next few years or so. Instead, it pushed the plan early, and it's still dealing with the aftermath. But then sales data like this perhaps reinforces the company's hardline stance. So, yeah, we have another piece of data that came out. And, you know, it's not shocking to hear that the majority of Capcom sales are digital when the majority of their sales are happening on PC. But, I mean, this is where things get tough, right? Things get tough where it's like, I think some people are upset because they feel like no amount of data will justify this, you know? And I think some people are just more upset with the idea that Sony, again, it's the aggression that they're doing this with, you know what I mean? The unwillingness to talk and communicate and at least try to justify it. Michael Lynch, a member for 13 months. Thank you for that, Michael. He says, can you read my comment? Let me see. Hold on, Michael. MBG, you tend to go off on a tangent for 10 to 30 minutes if someone asks a non-topic question. You should do what Reforge does in that situation. He says, we are not talking about that today. Michael, that is correct. Here's what I'm going to tell you, Michael. Here's what I'm going to tell you. You ask the questions. No. Here's for real what I'm going to tell you. Be on the lookout for some upcoming members content. Okay? I'm going to see what we can do. I have a feeling, Michael, you're going to enjoy a piece of upcoming members content. All right? I see that you are a member. Keep that membership. It should be coming sooner rather than later. I think you're going to enjoy it. All right? That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. But I will try to get a little bit better with that. Yeah, sometimes when I get certain chats, it tends to just take me. I know. I mean, I get annoyed with it too myself by the end of it because I'm like, wait a second. I got completely turned around. What was I talking about? No, Irfan, that's not what that means. No, you're not going to get less public streams. That's not the intention. Like I said, if you look forward to showing up to these streams day in and day out on a weekly basis, that's not changing. I'm just changing the name to MBG Live, but that's, I mean, what you see here is what you're going to get. You know what I mean? What you've been getting is what you're going to get. So you don't have to worry about that. Oh, Luna, what's up? All right, guys, listen. I normally wait until we hit 25 members to feed the beast, and I want to continue to encourage you guys to support. We're going to try to hit this goal today, get as many people some memberships as we can, but I'm going to give Luna a little bit right now. I'm going to give her a little bit because she's here nice and early. And Terrifier Fan 1999 with a £2 super chat says, "Are you excited for Silent Hill 1 Remake?" Very much. Especially after what Bloober Team achieved with Silent Hill 2 Remake. I'm extremely excited. I actually kind of forgot that was in development. But yeah, I'm assuming at this point it's probably going to be a PlayStation 6 game, but I'm very excited for it. I'm also excited because it's a PS1 title, and I feel like that's going to mean their Bloober Team, that is, they're going to have to do a lot more reworking, and I'm really curious to see how they do it. But yeah, let me give Luna a little something here. I'm going to give her some catnip. Would you like some catnip? Oh God, I think I inhaled some of the catnip. It happened again. Like, don't ever eat that stuff again, man. You think no more reworking than Silent Hill 2? I don't know. I mean, Devil Sure, I feel like Silent Hill 2, because it was a PS2 game, overall would have required less reworking all in all. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm wrong, though. Maybe you're right. Maybe they won't have to do it as much as I think. But Silent Hill 1 Remake is going to be a really good one, man. Bloober Team really proved themselves. Silent Hill 2 Remake is still one of the highlights of this generation, in my opinion. I mean, I don't think anybody was anticipating them to do that good of a job. I wasn't convinced. I'm like, Bloober Team? I want to be excited. I am excited, but I don't know. I'm trepidatious as well, you know? I think this upcoming Silent Hill game, Townfall, is going to be an interesting one. I don't know if I'm going to be able to play it day one. Thank you for the warning, Michael. Oh, man. The vibes from that Silent Hill Townfall gameplay remind me of Silent Hill 1. I mean, everything I've seen of Townfall looks good to me. I haven't seen anything that, like, turned me off from it and, like, oh, I don't know about that. I mean, it is... I will say the only thing that makes me feel a little bit like, okay, that's different. I'll see how it feels as the first-person gameplay. But, you know, I play first-person games. It's just I don't necessarily think of first-person when I think of Silent Hill, you know? When I think of Silent Hill, I do think automatically, I think third-person gameplay. That's the first thing that pops into my mind. You know what's interesting, too, is Sony locked down Silent Hill 2 Remake as a timed exclusive for 1 year. Silent Hill 1 Remake, I don't think they said anything about exclusivity, so I think Silent Hill 1 Remake may end up being like a full multi-platform game that, you know, whenever it drops. Unless they just haven't announced any type of partnership yet, but that's my read on it. Terrifier Fan 1999 with another £2 super chat saying, hopefully after Silent Hill 1, 3 will be after. Yeah. So a lot of people were thinking that after Silent Hill 2 Remake, they were automatically going to move on to 3. But there were people like, well, no, we should go back to 1 first and then do 3. But that seems like the natural trajectory here. Silent Hill 2, because that's, you know, that's like the most popular game. Get that one right, do 1, and then 3 after. And then I can't help but wonder beyond a Silent Hill 3 remake, would they end up trying to remake 4? Because 4, for a lot of people, is where it started to fall off and become something different that people were not necessarily feeling as strongly about compared to the first 3. I mean, you also have to wonder if maybe Konami would allow Bloober Team to make an original Silent Hill game at some point. I think if they do enough successful remakes, maybe Konami be like, yeah, I mean, go for it. Like, let's do another mainline entry. And that would be interesting. That'd be really interesting. You liked 4? I don't think I got to play the entirety of 4. I remember playing it and being really intrigued and fascinated by it. I don't remember ever beating it, though. But I like the idea of it, It really freaked me out. Fear is still one of the best horror franchises. Dude, I remember playing the original Fear, I think on the Xbox 360. Yeah, what happened to that? I think they made sequels to it, but it didn't really go anywhere. OD could be the best Silent Hill. You think so? I keep forgetting about OD, to be honest. I keep forgetting about it. Eternal Darkness. The thing about Fear is it was like ahead of its time, right? With some of the mechanics it was implementing into the gameplay. And it was scary. It was such a unique game. It was like a blend of action horror, like where you're playing a first person shooter, taking on like soldiers and stuff, but there was just this horror element to it that it actually, like, they actually blended it in really well. 1 through 4 were made by Team Silent. The rest were made by non-Japanese. Yeah, after 4, I think that's where pretty much most people were in agreement that like this just, they've kind of lost their way here. Silent Hill 4: The Room is criminally underrated. A Fear remake. Yeah, right. I feel like that's a game that people would want to see remade. Fear. It's stuck with licensing issues. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Yeah, I mean, you have to wonder like why it hasn't already happened. It does seem like an easy win, but licensing issues, I mean, that would explain it. I see Luna's really enjoying the catnip there. That's cool to see Luna chilling like that. She normally never chills like that on the cat tower. Oh yes, Ghetto God, you are correct about that. The Evil Within is still one of the best horror games, dude. To me, that was one of the most depressing things about Tango Gameworks. I mean, they're still around. They survived ultimately, I believe. Right? They're with who are they with? Crafton, I think. But the Evil Within 1 and 2 were incredible. They were incredible games, and I was kind of excited at the idea that, like, okay, they're owned by Microsoft now. Microsoft's probably going to greenlight a Evil Within 3, and I'll be there, We have a $2 super chat from Digital Dude, and he says, remember the drop the price boycott? Good times. I do remember that, and I also remember the outcome. Yeah. That is interesting to think. I do remember that. Yeah, people were going crazy on Nintendo, and every time you tuned into anything Nintendo related, that's all you saw. But eventually, it just went away. But I remember there was a direct they were doing, and that was literally the chat the whole time. Buttery Cheeks with a $5 super chat says, MBG, do you think any of the releases in February will suffer due to it being so stacked? God of War, Lao Fei, Tomb Raider, Fable, Persona 4, Metro. Buttery Cheeks, I don't know why the gaming industry is like this. I don't know why every game has to come out in September. I don't know why every game has to come out in February. There are other months in the year. Now, granted, I can understand at the end of this year, there's GTA, which is, you want to stay out of that blast radius. I understand that, but there's no excuse for that many games to be lined up. I mean, yeah, I guess you're right. It probably is earnings related, but it's like, I just feel like they're hurting themselves. To be honest, I never quite understood it. Like, if I was a video game publisher and I saw that, I'd be like, we need to get out of there now. Unless they're just like overly confident. We were talking about this a little bit on the last stream before it ended abruptly, but we were talking about how God of War Lao Fei is releasing the day before Fable, and I'm like, that's not good for Microsoft. That's actually like one of the worst things that could have happened for Microsoft and that game. Because I do think Fable looks really good. And I think it has a chance to actually do very well on all platforms. But I can tell you something smoking behind me. Oh! Thank you, Hellbound. Thank you, bro. Hellbound cares. Hellbound is worried about my well-being. He's like, MBG, I think a fire might be getting ready to start. It's okay, Hellbound. You can relax. I'm just burning an incense. It's okay. I appreciate you looking out, though, bro. Thank you. Thank you. He was really worried there for a minute. He's like eating his dinner. He's like, oh, MBG. An incense can start a fire, yes, but it's okay. It's all good. Luna's looking at me like, what's going on? He's worried about Luna. Yeah, not so much me. He's like, MBG, whatever, bro. That's your problem. But Luna, I see Luna's having a good time with her catnip. I think I found out how to get Luna to hang out with us a little bit more. It's the catnip. She's resting her paw over her leg. And her leg is like attached, like she's striking a weird pose right there. I didn't think Luna liked the catnip that much. Do I have a Switch 2? I don't have a Switch 2. I'm going to get one at some point, though. Yeah, the game I want to play on the Switch 2 is the Duskbloods. Definitely want to play that. Luna's chilling. Yeah, she's chilled out. I should probably give her catnip more often because I think me and Luna, we have something in common. She's very high strung. You know, she's very anxiety, very on edge. So maybe I got to give her some catnip more often. Irfan, no, I got to go check that out, man. I meant to watch it. But yeah, man, I think that finding out that God of War Laufey is the day before Fable, I'm like, that's got to hurt. And then, you know, that's happening all around, like you're saying, games like Metro, games like Tomb Raider. These are all games I want to play. Like that's the thing. Even though there's a lot of negativity surrounding the business side of gaming right now, when it comes to the actual games, it's looking better than ever in a lot of instances. You know? And we have Terrifier Fan 1999 with a 10-pound super chat. Thank you for that. You're saying, what are your thoughts on the original Silent Hill games, and what are your thoughts on Townfall so far? It does look quite interesting. Also, one remake will probably be next year because of the timeline. The original games, I can't say that I've like went through every single one as thoroughly because I was very young, but from what I've played of them, the thing I remember about, I'd say, I mean, Silent Hill 2, but also 1. I remember playing 1 specifically on the PS1. Now, granted, I was very young and I didn't know what I was doing. I just remember being utterly terrified and feeling like I can't do this. Similar to Resident Evil. But I always remember feeling like the fog, you know? I mean, I know that's what Silent Hill is known for. I always remember feeling like there's something so unsettling about it that for as tough as it was for me to try to play games like Resident Evil, Silent Hill, I was just like, I can't do this. I just can't do this. It's too much. It's overwhelming. I do think the original games, though, like, what I find so fascinating about them is it's the fact that at the time Resident Evil was kind of like, you know, I'd say a little bit more the mainstream type of survival horror game. And Konami felt like they wanted to kind of do something, you know, they wanted to take that on. And I love the fact that Team Silent, they were just like, we're going to take a completely opposite approach. I don't know how intentional it was. I mean, I'm sure there was thought that went into it where it's like, we don't want to just copy Resident Evil, right? We want to make our own survival horror. And I love the fact that they were like, what if we leaned in the direction of psychological horror? You know, something that probably wouldn't find as much mainstream success. It probably wouldn't have the overall appeal, I would say, that something like Resident Evil does. Because Resident Evil, let's face it, it's one of my all-time favorite franchises, but it gets silly. It gets a bit silly, you know? Silent Hill, I think it always tried to maintain that level of maturity and seriousness that as I got older, I actually learned to appreciate a lot more. And especially now after replaying Silent Hill 2 Remake numerous times, getting the platinum for that, I'm like, this is one of the greatest games. Like, I mean, it goes without saying, but yes, this is one of the greatest games ever made. Like, hands down, you know? And we have Buttery Cheeks coming in, deciding to renew their membership. Buttery Cheeks.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you for that, buddy. I do appreciate it. He renews his membership, and Buttery Cheeks, what I will tell you is when you are done watching the stream today, you could go check out my recent member drop, 36-minute gameplay commentary, reflecting on the PS5 gen. And there's more to come, so thank you for that. He wants to train. But yeah, I think the original Silent Hill games, they truly did a good job in carving out their own space and being unique, and it didn't feel like they were just trying to copy Resident Evil or just they really made their mark. And I think that when it comes to what you're saying about Silent Hill 1 Remake, you're saying you think it'll be out next year due to the timeline. It does seem like Konami is trying to have something Metal Gear and something Silent Hill related ready to go every year. That would be amazing. That would be shocking. I would be utterly shocked if they were like, yeah, here's Silent Hill 1 Remake, and it's out in 2027. Okay. That'd be great. I'm assuming for now, it's not coming out, though, until probably like 2028 or something like that. But that'd be a pleasant surprise, for sure. So thank you for the super chat, Terrifier. We also have Sir Digital Dude with a $2 chat saying Laufey release date is payback for pulling Halo. Oh, could it be? Could it be? That's it. We did hear a report that Sony was apparently mad. They were apparently upset with Microsoft pulling that trailer at the last minute. They're like, there you go. How about that? Put that in your pipe and smoke it, Microsoft. Ray, you're saying, did you see the Todd McFarlane Wolverine statue? I did not, actually. Let me check it out real quick. And I think I did receive a direct donation. Let me see the statue. Oh, damn, that looks awesome. Did they say how much it's going to be? That looks great. Yeah. Here, let me, for some reason, it's not letting me save the picture. Yeah, I'll bring this up really quick. And we have a direct donation from RichRod 809. It was a $20 direct donation. Thank you, Rich. Thank you so much. He says, I love you. I mean, Rich, first you talk about me being your husband. Now you're saying I love you? Sounds like Rich is turning into a little bit of a fruit nugget. Rich, it's okay. I'm a married man. All right. But I appreciate it. It's okay. Not judging, you know? I don't blame you. How could I blame you? Okay, hold on. He's been drinking. It's 7 inches. Ray, what are you talking about? Ray, bro, you're not helping. We're trying to talk games. It's 7 inches. GameStop has it for pre-order, $35 US. Ray, that was totally unnecessary. He's making it worse. Ray's like, they got 7 inches of Logan. I got to keep it together. And Rich, whatever you do not answer Digital Dude. Whatever you do. All right. God, I'm like tearing up. Got to recenter myself. We have Sun Sequeda. Hopefully I said that correctly. A member for 14 months saying, I love you more. Guys, relax. I appreciate all the love. You're giving me weird vibes at this point, though. All right? It's just like a universal love. All right? That's true, Ray. That's true. Xbox is saying they're removing the requirements for physical games to be connected to the internet. Oh, are they? IGN gave Halo Remake a 7 out of 10, so it's a skip for me. I've been seeing more and more negative stuff pop up about Halo Campaign Evolved. I haven't played it. No, Irfan, I hate you. I haven't played it myself, and I don't plan on playing it, but it seems like, I don't know. I've been seeing a lot of like what seem to be diehard Halo fans, or like longtime Halo fans, expressing some sincere frustration with some of the decisions they made with Halo Campaign Evolved. I can't speak to it because I'm not like, a big Halo fan at all. But from some of the clips I've been seeing and some of the opinions, it's like, I don't know, man. Oh, Rich, you did send another direct dono. Oh, you did. We have a RichRod 908. Irfan, relax. RichRod with a $2 direct donation says, play Callisto Protocol on a members lounge, and anyone who has a problem will be timed out and sent to Colt's basement and be part of his fetishes. What are the fetishes? Does he like tie people up in a chair and force them to watch like every Xbox E3 from 2013 to 2019 in a row? Like, I don't understand. Like, what are you guys doing? I mean, we're keeping it on the rails. We're keeping it on the rails. I did play the Callisto Protocol. It was okay. It was okay. I struggled with the melee. The melee combat didn't feel nearly as good as I hoped it would. I played Dead Space Remake. I like that better. Hold on. Wait, how did my last message have that random symbol? What symbol? I don't see any random symbols in your message. Yeah, EA is pretty much done with Dead Space, unfortunately. I think Glenn Schofield, right? He just retired. I think he was trying desperately to work something out with EA to do something more with Dead Space, and they were like, nah. And it's like, okay. And Dead Space could have had a great future. And it's sad. It's sad because like they went out of their way to remake it, and I think they did an amazing job with the remake. Oh, in the chat? Oh, I don't know. I don't know what that random symbol is. Better watch out. They're watching you. They're keeping tabs on you. Okay, Luna left. Yeah, Dead Space Remake was really good. I mean, it's great to see a game like that remade, but it is also kind of, on the other hand, disappointing to see it remade and done so well, and then they're just like, yeah, we don't plan on doing anything more. So I mean, it's tough. It's tough. I know that Dead Space, by the time they got to like the third game, it kind of lost its way, but I don't know. You imagine what like an actual like reboot of Dead Space today, maybe if they were willing to bring Glenn Schofield back, that would have been pretty cool. I think a lot of people would have supported that. Yeah, I think the remake didn't sell as well as EA wanted, but knowing EA, their expectations were probably ridiculous. Dead Space like never reached the heights that they wanted it to, but they also seem to fail to understand that like for a survival horror game, it's actually doing pretty well. Maybe Capcom or Bloober could handle Dead Space, especially after their two great space games. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Bloober, even if they don't continue remaking Silent Hill games, right? Like after one, other publishers will see what they did with Silent Hill 2 Remake, and I'm assuming what we'll end up seeing with Silent Hill 1 and be like, oh, maybe we should see if these guys want to work on one of our properties. We will see, though. We will see. All right. Yeah, Prince, that's true. And because of that, a lot of, I think EA's in debt now or something, or they got to make a lot of money. So, well, no. Oh, by the way, Lady Gamer, you're saying MBG, it was Gears of War E-Day that was pulled from PlayStation, not Halo. Apparently, there were reports that a trailer for Halo Campaign Evolved was supposed to drop during Sony's last State of Play, and that was the trailer that they pulled at the last second. And that apparently pissed Sony off. Like, it was literally at the last second. They're like, take that out. Gears of War E-Day seemingly was ready to come to PS5 as well, and they were like, nope. I double-checked. Xbox is indeed going to remove online entitlement checks. Let's go check this out. Michael says he thinks he ate infected lettuce. Godspeed, Michael. I'm very sorry to hear that. He probably sent that message while sitting on the toilet right now. Listen, way back when, I had an experience. I got some kind of bacteria infection in my colon. I would not wish that on anybody. I'm just having a little bit of coffee, just a little bit. Yeah. Well, I hope you come out the other end in one piece, Michael. All right, let me go see what's going on here with this. Let me see. All right, hold on. An Xbox outage left physical games unplayable. Technical lead says Microsoft is working to make sure that never happens again. The recent Xbox outage preventing some players from accessing their physical games should not have happened, according to Chief Technology Officer Scott Van Vliet. I don't know if I said his name correctly, who says the company is looking into this part of the outages. We had a nice reminder of why the all-digital future is looking bright over the last week, as we saw a PlayStation outage, which prevented people from playing the shiny new Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls beta, and then a nice little Xbox outage, because you wouldn't want to be left out no matter which consoles you play on. Obviously, none of this was supposed to happen, but while the digital game issues were inevitable, Xbox owners found that some physical games were also rendered unplayable. Van Vliet, I'm just going to call him Van, acknowledged the outage earlier this week, pledging, quote, "We'll do better so that similar things and similar failings can't ruin your night again." However, he's now spoken about the elephant in the room, that even the physical media wasn't safe. Speaking to The Verge, he says, "We're looking into reports," and that, quote, "disc-based entitlement checks should not prevent players from accessing their games, and this is by design," end quote. Given that Xbox consoles install the game to your hard drive now, regardless of whether it is physical or digital, with the disc itself acting as a way of proving to the console that you do in fact own the game, there is a digital element to it. But Van says, quote, "Offline mode is also designed to rely on those saved entitlements," end quote, and that a fix to prevent this from happening is coming in a future update. Granted, this is only going to get worse in the era of Nintendo's game key cards, and the Xbox released physical copies that are basically the same thing. But at least we get the benefits of an all-digital future, like no early retail price cuts and the ability for publishers to revoke your game license whenever. Jeez. Well, there you go. I didn't know that was really a thing on Xbox. I didn't think it was like that intense, where even if you have, not for all games, but for a lot of them apparently, even if you have the physical disc and there's an outage, it's like, nah, sorry, you can't play it. So the fact that they're saying they're going to correct that, though, is good. They didn't have to announce that, but I mean, yeah, we saw these outages with PlayStation Network, and then Xbox, their outage was even worse. I mean, this is why I feel like people's frustration is like justified. Where like you can't be asking us for more money and expecting more from people, giving us less, and then having something like this happen. It's just unacceptable on all levels. Terrifier fan with a 2-pound chat says, would you consider Konami back on top or not? Back on top. I mean, I'll say yeah. Terrifier fan. Honestly, I'll say yeah. I say that because if you look back about 10 years ago, right, which is a long time, everybody would just say F Konami. That's all people said. Everybody absolutely despised Konami and wanted nothing to do with them, and people were completely convinced that they're done as a AAA video game publisher, and who could blame them? And so to see where we are now, I would say the comeback has been a resounding success. It's not to say that everything they do is perfect or will be perfect, but yeah, man, I think they really did. They rose again. The fall and then the rise. And I think that if the Metal Gear Solid Volume 2 collection is a success, and I think if they do another Metal Gear remake like Metal Gear Solid 1 and it's a success, and if Silent Hill 1 remake is a success, and the Silent Hill Townfall is a success, and the new Castlevania is a success, I mean, they're back. They're back. Absolutely. And I'm very happy to see that. I am very happy to see that because I do feel that Konami has some of the most valuable IP in the industry, and you know, there was this kind of fear that they were just going to let it sit there and rot and not do anything with it, or only turn it into pachinko machines, you know? So very glad that didn't happen. We have a direct donation from Perfect Image. He says, MBG, it's crazy how Xbox is being so open to their audience and Sony has a zip lip. That's insane. Mark my words. You said BLK, black hackers will rise. I know what you mean. I know what you mean, but that's just a funny sentence. He says, mark my words, black hackers will rise because of losing rights. Black hackers as in hackers who are doing they're trying to hurt the companies. They're actively trying to cause chaos. Not to be confused with white hackers or gray hackers. Yeah, it's just a funny sentence. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? I want to touch on this for a moment. When we talk about the situation that's going on with PlayStation, yeah, black hackers, these are the hackers who attack white hackers, or black hat hackers. That's what you're supposed to. Yes, so just black hat hackers and white hat hackers. The white hat hackers find an exploit and they patch it. Jeez. All right. What I was going to say, though, you don't mind the new direction of the Silent Hill series, but you would like a new game in the town itself. I do love the new urban legend / folklore style, but we need the town as well. Yeah, I can't imagine they're going to completely get away from the town of Silent Hill. I don't know that they could. Get out of there, MBG. Run. I don't know that Konami can never return to the town of Silent Hill. I think they're going to have to, you know. I mean, it just feels like they have to, you know. But I think it is interesting that they've made it work going outside of the town itself and still making the actual idea of what the game is supposed to be. It still works, right? But I wanted to say something about the situation with PlayStation and, you know, the disc situation and people's pushback and everything. And I want to say that, like, I think something that some people are not really, I don't know if it's that they don't understand it. I don't know that that's the right way to word it, but like the biggest problem with Sony right now, in my humble opinion, is that they refuse to have any level of communication with the actual fan base. And I get it. Like, I'm not trying to say that if you don't expect Sony to communicate with you as a player and as a fan, then you're not a real PlayStation fan. That's not what I mean. I think that there are millions of PlayStation players and fans that just don't care, and they're fine with the status quo, and that's fine, right? I'm just saying there's clearly enough outrage from the fan base itself. You know? There's enough outrage that Sony absolutely should be saying something. They should be communicating. They should be trying to create a, like some kind of dialogue. And they're just refusing to do so. Now, maybe they're doing that because they figure there's nothing we can say that's going to change people's minds, right? I don't know that if the only thing Sony is going to come out and say is we're doing this and we're sticking to it no matter what, if that's the only thing they're going to come out and say, then yeah, from their perspective, they're like, why even bother, right? Let the games do the talking, perhaps, yeah, to quote Jim Ryan. Not sure what they say exactly other than listing data for the reasons, maybe. Yeah, I just think it's a really tough break, man, and it sucks to see. It does. All right, let me hold on. I have to sit down now. Okay. All right. We have It's Beast Mode, a member for 16 months. Thank you for that support, Beast Mode. You're saying, bought Halo physical for the PS5. Man, it feels weird to say the least, but seeing Halo added to my PlayStation physical collection is cool. Yes. Hold on, I don't know why the light's oversaturated there. Yeah, it is a very bizarre thing to witness Halo releasing on PlayStation 5, and the fact that, I mean, even though it's not a true physical copy, like it's not actually on the disc, but the fact that you can go buy a boxed copy of it in any form whatsoever of Halo on PlayStation. It's interesting because I think that there are rumors circulating that the next Halo games might not come to PlayStation. I'm like, that's weird, because it's like, that. Why would you even do this then? I don't know. We're going to find out. But strange times, Beast Mode, to say the least. Strange times indeed. There's a Steelbook version on PS5. The last interview we got was with Mark Cerny. Herman vanished from Twitter after the 2023 showcase. Yep. Yeah. Herman, I think he was trying to be more social, but got rejected, you know? But guys, as we continue with our topic discussion here, make sure you're hitting that like button. Consider becoming a channel member. Consider gifting memberships. It's greatly appreciated. We have more members content coming. I'm going to try to release a piece of members content, hopefully this Saturday, that I'm curious to see what you guys will think of it. Feels pointless, right? Adding a new franchise to another platform only to end it there and not drop anything else. Yeah, it feels strange in the sense that Microsoft very much made it seem like, yeah, we're releasing all these games. You know, we're releasing all these games going forward on everything, including PlayStation. But as we know, Asha Sharma said it herself: the plan's the plan till it's not the plan. That's true. It's very true. All right. What do we have next in line? So since we've been talking a little bit about Xbox, let me get some of this out of here. Let's talk about what's going on with their consoles, because it's not good. It's not good. I have a report here from WCCF Tech. It says in the first half of June, Windows Central's Jez Corden reported that according to his sources, Xbox was losing hundreds of dollars on each Series S and X console sold due to a massive 700 plus increase in component costs for the memory storage. Roughly 2 weeks later, Microsoft announced a $100 price increase for the Series S and $150 for the Series X, again due to RAM shortages. But apparently, like, so here's what you need to know. The price of the Xbox Series consoles has increased 3 times, but apparently Microsoft is losing $150 on every console sold, even with all of those price increases. That is dire. Not just for Xbox, but for any hardware, man. That's bananas. That's what that is. Look up what Christopher Dring had to say about Xbox. Let me see. Christopher Dring. I am following him. He said yesterday in the UK, Xbox console sales are up for the first 6 months of the year. The only platform holder to sell more consoles in H1 2026 versus 2025. How do you think that's because of? Do you think that's because of Forza Horizon, perhaps? Michael Wozniak with a $2 super chat says, how's your neck been? Also looking for gifted. It's still in some pain. I'm having more good days, though. But yeah, I'm definitely having some pain days, too. And we'll try, Michael. We'll try. Today, we got 5 gifted. We're going to see if we get more before today's stream ends. And hopefully you'll be one of the lucky recipients. Michael, I've been talking about how we're going to be doing much more members content. And I'm hoping to really add some serious value to the membership. So, oh, and he drops a gift. Michael loves to play the game. Luna, are you good? Are you good? Michael, thank you so much for dropping
Thank you.
a single
Appreciate
gift.
it.
Ed is the one who received it. So I'll add that to the counter. We'll see if we can get you a gifted today. I know that's how you like to receive it. That sounded crazy to say. I'm sorry I worded it that way, Michael. But it's true. It's true. He likes to get a gifted. So thank you for that. Dude, I mean, Xbox losing $150 on every console sold. God knows how much Sony's losing on every PlayStation 5 sold. If this doesn't get sorted out, I mean, the console industry is cooked. Not because of anything Sony or Microsoft are doing, but just because it's like you can't operate. The console system model breaks down at these high price points. Oh, God, hold on. Oh, what's up, Luna? We have Terrifier fan with another £2 super chat. Thank you for that, buddy. Saying, CEX accidentally sold me an Xbox Series X for £140. Damn. I mean, how much is it normally? I mean, that sounds like highway robbery on your part. 140 pound. I mean, I would take that. Even though I probably wouldn't be you missed the Xbox bashing. Well, I mean, Xbox is in a world of hurt of their own, They are. I think that right now most of the heat is on PlayStation, understandably, but Xbox is in, they have. I think the reason why people are a little bit more forgiving of Xbox at this moment is because there's a sense of like we're starting over, and I think I just think people are a little bit more forgiving of that notion, because it means, oh, well, things maybe can get better now, right? But we will see. They still have a whole. They are in a free fall of their own. It's normally 410 pounds. Damn. I mean, you got it for 140 pounds. That is legitimately a steal. Not bad at all. It is a grim landscape, yeah, and that's why, like, I've been telling you guys, I really want to make sure to continue to talk about the games, because I feel like if there's ever a time where there needs to be some type of positivity, it's got to come in the form of acknowledging that the games still look great. There still are plenty of amazing games, coming out. Arnie Vesper with a super chat says, "Are you joining the 1 week boycott?" I 100% am. I mean, it'll be easy for me to contribute just by unplugging my PS5 from the internet, but I'm going to be playing Metal Gear that week. Yeah, I'm not. I didn't wait this long for Metal Gear Solid 4 to finally release to be like, no, I'm not playing it. But yeah, I mean, I can play it offline, so it's not a big deal. Now, to be fair, I know it's like, oh, are you giving Sony money? Yeah, but I'm buying the game physically. I already, I'll pre-order it ahead of time. But yeah, I'm not. I can't deny that I'm not gonna skip Metal Gear. Yeah, I mean, I know people are talking about, like, is this gonna do anything or not? I mean, we have to just be real about it. Like, it's not gonna do anything. I'm not saying that to discourage people. Do what you got to do. But I'm going to tell you right now, here's what you do. Now, what I'm about to say is pointless because people are not going to do it. But if you want to do a boycott and you want it to work, here's what you do. Between September 1st and December 1st, don't touch anything PlayStation. Don't spend a dime on PlayStation between those months and you win. But you're probably not going to win because how many people are going to do that? I know that sounds defeatist, but that's the reality. Sony is not going to care if you don't log into your PlayStation for a week between, the last week of August. You know what Sony would care about? If you left PlayStation between September and December. That would crush them if enough people did it, but it's not happening. This is why I want to continue to encourage people. All right. I want to continue to encourage people. If you have a problem with Sony and you want to hopefully get some kind of message across in the hopes that they will change something, that will have your opportunity to do that will present itself next year when they reveal the PS6. That's the opportunity. It's not going to happen at the end of August. It's not happening in September. It's not happening this year. This year is already locked in. The beginning of the PS6, when they first roll it out, because keep in mind, it's like I said, they're at your mercy. They need you to be a willing, paying customer to pay hundreds of dollars for their new device. They need to sell you on it. So they're at your mercy at that point. The window is right now, not next year. I thought that at one point too, but no. The window is not now. Sony, I after looking at the entire playing field, I realized Sony has entrenched themselves in a very fortified position. Sony is untouchable right now. And again, that's because they planned for this. They wanted to surround themselves with games like Wolverine and especially GTA. And they wanted to make this announcement at a time when no matter how angry people got, it's not going to hurt their bottom line. Tarnished, you can buy whatever you want. I'm not here to tell you what to do. Do whatever you want. But believe me, Sony is likely to feel the heat of the flame when they announce the PlayStation 6. That's the next true opportunity. And we have a direct donation from RichRod 908. He says, buying an Xbox in 2026 is like asking a French person when they last showered, hesitant. Oh my God. Bro, like, because we all know bots don't buy games like French don't shower. What? Why are you taking shit? What? Now you're taking shots at the French? You're watching too much Married with Children like me. Oh my God. Don't offend my French viewers. Unbelievable. Lord Zulu with a $2 direct donation says, MBG, a month ago, we can change things. MBG, now we are nobodies and we must keep supplying Sony with more money. LOL. We all knew this was happening. Yes, that's what I said. I said supply Sony with more money. Give them your money. Buy everything Sony sells you. No, at this point, I'm telling you, do what you want. Do what you want. I'll make it as clear as I can because it's just where we are. I'm not saying this because I want it to be this way. If I had it my way, Sony would have came out literally the next day and be like, whoa, we are sorry. If I had it my way. I'm just basing what I'm saying off of what's in front of us a month removed from this announcement. If you don't want to partake in what PlayStation is doing in the coming months with Wolverine and especially GTA, that's great. Like, I think that's, you're doing a noble thing noble. I mean, it's a bit intense. You're doing a good thing where you're sticking with what you believe is your principle and you want to hopefully send a message. This is the important part, though. At this point in time, it needs to be understood that if you're doing that, you're doing it with the understanding that nothing is going to change. You're not going to partake in GTA, the world's going to move on without you. You're not going to partake in Wolverine, the world's moving on without you. Okay? And that's so important for people to understand because there are not enough people at this point in time that realize that it's an honorable thing. Do what you need to do for you. And I can absolutely respect that. I will always respect that. But if you are doing what you're doing under the guise of this is changing now, this is changing in the next couple months, it's not. Trust me, you're right. I was the person who came out swinging as hard as I could, going as crazy as I could. And it's because I knew that if we couldn't turn this thing over in a week or two, then we'd be sitting here a month later going into the holiday season, not the holiday season, but, the end of summer into the holiday season, and it's over. For now, the battle is over. The war is not. The war is, like I said, it's going to continue with the PS6. Sony is in a really bad spot with the PS6. Doesn't really matter how excited you are for it. Like, even the most excited PlayStation fan, I think, could easily tell you, like, yeah, they got a lot going against them right now. And they have a mountain to climb when it comes to making the PlayStation 6 successful. Right? I mean, listen, Sony, this generation is a success. That's the point with all of this, is that no matter how much damage you try to do to Sony right now and in the coming months, like, this gen is over. They sold over 93 million PS5s. They have GTA coming. Like, it is solidified. This is the most successful generation for PlayStation ever. So if you want to do the most damage, yeah, don't give Sony any of your money. Stay away. If you want to do that, understand you're doing it for yourself. That's not going to be the difference maker. If you want to try to actually be involved with something that can be a big difference maker, just sit back, be patient, wait for when Sony announces the PlayStation 6. That's when you strike. That's the next time you strike. And if you can't, I'll tell you this, if we can't make it happen, then it is over. Then the war is over. All right? If we can't get Sony to listen to us with the PS6 when they're actually at our mercy, the war will be over. Unless Sony has some kind of major wrench they're going to throw, in the spokes here that we don't know about. We have PlayStation Contraband with a $2 direct donation saying, are you still skipping Wolverine and GTA 6 like you said, or are you going to partake now? I made it clear that I'm going to play games, including those. And I've already made it clear that anybody who wants to clown me, go right ahead. I'm holding the L. I'm firmly grasping the L. I understand that I folded like a chair. I'm weak. I'm pathetic. I'm a clown. And that's fine. I accept all these things. But it doesn't mean that I'm not going to try when the next opportunity presents itself. I'm not going to try to change something over, you know? I've already made it clear that I'm going to continue to game. There's going to be business things that happen in the industry that I am going to loathe. And I will try not to be completely indifferent to them because I don't think that's right. I've maybe taken too many stances where I've been completely indifferent, and I don't think that has helped any situation. But I will tell you that the way the future of gaming looks right now, and it's an uncomfortable truth. Even I don't want to acknowledge it because it sucks. But as it stands right now, when it comes to gaming, man, like you're either in or you're out. Doesn't mean you can't fight. You can fight. And like I said, there's just gonna be battles all over the place. Fight for digital ownership. Fight to try to convince Sony when the PS6 is revealed. No disc, no buy. Make them fold with the PS6 and be like, oh my God, nobody's pre-ordering the PS6. We need to announce physical games or something. We need to turn it around. These are all things that are going to be worth fighting. There's no guarantee you're going to win. We need to understand something, guys. And again, it's an uncomfortable truth, but it's the truth nonetheless. We need to understand that 90% of people buying video games today doesn't matter where they're buying them. Whether it's PlayStation Store, Steam, Xbox Store, Epic Games Store, does not matter. We need to understand that 90% of people doing so have no idea that they don't own the games when they're buying them. They don't know. And you know what? Luna, why are you sticking your tongue out? Did you guys see that? Did you see her stick her tongue out? What the hell? She's like, But what's worse, and I know this just all feeds into the defeatist attitude, but it's I'm not asking people to feel defeated. I'm just asking people to live in reality. The better you understand the reality, the better you'll be able to navigate what you should or shouldn't do in terms of trying to actually make a difference here. 90% of people don't know that they don't own the game. Probably 75% of those 90% do not care. You could tell them, you could inform them, you could put a button in front of them that says you need to agree to this. You need to agree and acknowledge. Click this, check off this box to acknowledge that you don't own the game, you're renting a license. And 75% of that 90% will be like, okay, yeah, it's fine. What does this say about society? What does this say about gamers as a whole? Not just gamers, but just people who want to partake. Remember, I'm telling you this because it's going to ring in your head for years to come. Every time you have you raise an eyebrow and you're like, and you find yourself confused and you find yourself trying to understand why. Like how dramatic I make. I got to set the scene. Remember this singular line, and it will explain everything when it comes to consumers and a certain amount of customers, sure, but the consumer, right? And the vast majority of customers. And that line is, you ready? Convenience is king. Understand that. Understand that. Now, when you keep that in mind, everything you see now and going forward is explained. I'm not saying you'll like it. I'm not saying you'll even want to accept it. I'm not saying that justifies it. I'm telling you it will explain it to a fucking T. There are no more questions after that. Why is it this way? Because convenience is king. Who determined that? Society did. Customers as a collective did. The market did. Well, shouldn't these companies be, more responsible and understand they have a responsibility? No, they're in the business of making money. And if they are given the message that we just want what's convenient, then that's what they'll do. That's what they'll deliver. They'll do what's in their best interest, and all they have to give you in return is convenience. That's just the way it is. It's why GTA 6 is, probably the most pre-ordered game in history digitally at $100. It's why when you look at the PlayStation Store, you see $150 versions of sports games digitally. In other words, you're paying $150 to rent that game, to rent the license of that game. You don't own it, and you will be asked to give more and more money through microtransactions. In other words, you're being asked to spend hundreds, possibly thousands of dollars, depending on the game, while owning nothing and just hopefully enjoying the temporary experience you have until you move on to the next one. And you might think to yourself, oh my God, that sounds horrible. That sounds awful. And yet, the majority say it's fine. This is why I'm saying, man, I'm not asking people to live in defeat. But I tried. I really did. You can't take that away from me. You can call me a clown, and that's fine. But stop it, Michael. But I tried to, I don't want to say start a movement, but I backed the movement as aggressively as I put my own ass on the line, bro, unnecessarily, because I really thought, like, dude, if we can't break Sony right now, it's going to be a long time till we get another opportunity, because I know it's coming. We got Wolverine coming. We got dozens of games coming, and we got the monster that is GTA coming. If we can't get them to change it now, there's no hope in the short term. Maybe the midterm. And to my surprise, I have to admit, I was kind of shocked. Sony didn't say shit. Sony, they just give us your best shot. Community note away. And I just, that's it. That's where we are. So if there's any hope of change, we have two different battles coming up. Battle number 1, the PlayStation 6, like I said. When that console is announced, if there was ever a moment to send Sony a message as a collective community of gamers, that will be the moment. Number 2, beyond the PlayStation 6, digital ownership. Once we do go into that digital-only future, that's going to have to be a more relevant part of the conversation, and you're still going to find it's going to be difficult, because you know what you're still going to run into? You're going to run into people all the time, and I'm not saying you necessarily need to judge. Like, I'm not telling people to fight and judge. I think there's a lot of infighting, which is sad to see, but the reality is you're going to see a lot of people be like, dude, we do not care about ownership. And you may want them to care, and you may give good reasons why they should care. They're not going to. They're just like, I'm fine with the way it is. I buy my games digitally. I play my games, and I move on. Understand that even when we talk about fighting for digital ownership, that is the majority. Again, I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that's what it is. MBG, I know a guy that lost his account, lost everything, and didn't care. He was just happy Sony refunded his GTA 6 pre-order so he can buy it on a new account. We're screwed. Oh, my God. That's that's the thing. If that particular person was like, yeah, I had a library of digital games, but I wasn't planning on going back and playing them, then yeah, you may as well. You know what Sony will probably implement next? You know what they'll probably implement next? They're going to give people an option. You can return the game. You won't get refunded. You can just give the license back when you're done using it. And if you change your mind in the future and you want to buy it, we'll sell it to you again at a discount. Doesn't that sound crazy? And yet, you could see people doing it. You could see people being like, yeah, I don't care. Here, take it. I'm never planning on playing this again. Bye. Sony be like, okay. I mean, I laugh, but it is the reality of the situation. But who might have, you know what I realized too? There's like a fundamental flaw here, and I'm going to read, I have a direct donation. I'm going to read it in a second. I just want to say this last thing. What the hell is going on with the lighting, man? The lighting is like way oversaturated. There's something wrong with the lighting. Okay, it's not correcting itself. All right, that's good enough. Sorry. I just wanted to say real quick that you know, I think something that is becoming a bit, I don't want to say it's problematic. It's not, I mean, it is problematic, but it's like, yeah, Titus, I don't know what was going on with that either. I think that was a capture issue. I have to mess with the color grading on that for future, you know, video capture or gameplay capture. I think a problem that exists is people, you know, it's like, I've been thinking about this on a personal level. I'm not speaking on behalf of anybody but myself when I say this. I just don't know that I can continue to have it in me to judge the way people want to play their games. I may not like it. It's like when I look at like mobile games, it's like, oh my God, how are mobile games so dominant? Like to me, that's like a crazy way to engage with gaming. And yet it's like, yeah, isn't that crazy? It's not all about you. I guess I'm just saying, like, I'm trying to have a wider, broader understanding that, like, it doesn't revolve around me. And I know that again, I know that may sound like the ultimate defeatism, but it's not. It's just like it's a matter of trying to understand what, like, everything that's happening around me. Like, why is this like this? Why is this like that? And then it's like, well, if you begin to realize that many of the things you partake in, or some of them, you are not the core of it. You may think you are. You may feel like you are, but you're not. And that's tough. That's like, oh, but I've spent so much money. Yeah, you have. And yet, if you decide to stop spending that money, why do you get the sense that everything will just move on without you? And that's the problem. That's the problem. That's the inflection point that we are at, that we are in right now, where there are people who are angry and they're frustrated. Like, we need to change this. And it's like, there's just not enough people. There just isn't. There is not. Simply put, there's not enough people unwilling to actually walk away from PlayStation, to actually not buy Wolverine, and more importantly, to not buy GTA digitally, because it's the only option they have. You're going to lose that battle if you go into it thinking it's a battle. It's not a battle. It's already determined. The outcome is already determined. You have to make an individual personal choice now. And here's the thing. The people you see, and I get it. I'm not even saying they're wrong, but they're going to find out eventually. It's like the people who are dropping, there's nothing wrong with shitting on Sony. I'm not talking about shitting on Sony, but the people who are out here fighting others, you're wasting your time. Go ahead, call people shills, call them bootlickers, drop your memes. It's not going to change a thing. Because That's not going to stop them from buying the games they're going to buy and playing where they want to play. So this is why I'm just saying, make your decision, do what you want to do, because at the end of the day, nobody's going to give a fuck. And that's the important part. You're going to care. You, the individual, you're going to care more than anybody else walking this planet will. So determine for yourself, how important is it for you to stand on your principle? How important is it for you to play games you want to play? You make that decision. And that's all. That's all. At this point, that's all I can say. Do you. All right. Let me see. Arnie Vesper says, if a vegetable can lead the world, anything can happen. Thank you, Arnie. We have Buttery Cheeks with a milestone chat. A member for 2 months. Thank you for that, Buttery. Says, MBG, once September rolls around with all those bangers and Rockstar drops trailer 3, this whole physical discourse will... Oh, hold on. Will quiet down substantially. It will. I mean, like, I think, I'll be honest, man, like, I'm seeing people, like, they're looking forward to it going away. And I understand, you know, it's like, I get it. People do just want to, it's like, guys, Sony made their decision. Let's move on. It's one of these things where it's like, I think the people who, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to let you know a little secret. All right. The people who are still being the most vocal, it's because they care the deepest. It's because they don't want to leave. They don't want to go. They want to stick around. And each day that goes by that Sony doesn't say anything, each week that goes by, and it's going to turn into months. You know, that's going to, the sinking feeling for these people is going to get worse and worse, where it's like, so the door's there and you can go. And you have to wait for the PS6 to come around. I've been saying you should do what's best for you as a well-known YouTuber. I wish that you would respond to guys like Xvolt and his crowd. You're not their doormat, John. Honestly, I haven't been paying much attention. Listen, man, I've encountered, there's so many people, they're like, you're an idiot, you're this, I don't like you. It's like, I don't care. Like, you don't have to watch my content. There are people, they get more enjoyment watching other people criticize my content. Okay. I'm still part of your life for some reason. I don't like, and that's fine. You know what that tells me? You care. You do. And that's just the truth of it. Like, it's why I'm saying you'll see a common theme across all this is it's like the person who really doesn't care, you don't hear from them. They don't exist. They're a ghost. So it's like, if you just take me, for example, if you come to my channel and leave a comment, you're like, oh, hey, man, appreciate the content. You care. If you're somebody who encounters me and my content through another vector, such as somebody else criticizing it, and you still feel the need to comment on it, you care. I'm now a part of your life, and you care enough to engage in the conversation. The hardest thing to do for people is to, like, who actually care is to pretend that they don't. You know? Or maybe I should reword that. The easiest thing for them to do is to convince themselves they don't care, but their actions speak otherwise. That's all I'm trying to say, man, is that, like, if you truly don't care about something, or you're truly done with something, it doesn't exist in your life anymore. That's it. That's how it goes. You know, me trying to fight other people, I don't need to defend myself. You know why? Because that implies that that I have something to defend. What do I need to defend? Is the audio cutting out? Sorry, I'm probably because I'm moving my sin. There's nothing for me to defend. What do I have to defend? My ego? There's no ego here. You know? Like, I've encountered it all. This is where I've realized at the end of the day, man, like, I got to worry about myself. I'm having like health problems. You know what I mean? And a lot of my stress is because I spend too much time caring about things that don't matter. Like, dude, get a grip, get a reality check. This, like, my channel matters. This matters. But that's where it's like, listen, man, people are either going to be here to support you or they're not. And all that should matter are those who are supporting you. And that's the truth. That's not me saying you need to support me. You don't need to do anything. People, you do whatever you want. But that's all that matters. That is truly, at the end of the day, all that matters. Because the people who are here supporting me, when I tell you guys at the beginning and the end of my streams, you guys are the ones making this possible, making it happen. That's not an exaggeration. The people who are doing the opposite of supporting me and criticizing me and trying to tear me down and stuff, it's like, I don't appreciate that. It doesn't have nearly as much of an impact as maybe they think it does. But it's like, you know, you're keeping me in people's heads more than I am. I don't know what to make of that. You know? Other than I guess I still exist in your life. But you know what the ironic thing is? Whoever those people are, the people who, you know, they don't I don't know, like they still engage with my content outside of my own channel. It's like, I don't know who you are. And I don't care who you are. You don't exist in my life. Other than maybe if I acknowledge a comment like this and talk about it for a few minutes here on the channel. That's something that I think people should think about and consider. I don't even know who they are. I don't even know that they exist. I don't think about them at all. Rarely. This is probably the most thought I put into it. But yet I play a dominant role in their life. I command their attention. But hey, to each their own. You got to live how you got to live. Who am I to judge? Anyway, I am running a little bit behind here. We have PS Contraband. He says, fair enough. Did you see Capcom reporting today that 93% of their game sales were digital? It's a losing battle. Yeah, we did cover that earlier in the stream. Oh my God. Oh, I'm getting severe eye itch. I'm sorry. Oh. I don't even know who you are. No, we did see that PS Contraband, and yeah, it's and the irony is 60% of those sales are on PC and all digital ecosystems. So it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Riley Fittings 17 with the $2 direct donation says, name 50 digital games off the top of your head that they took back from gamers. You act like it's a weekly thing. No, you're right. I get that. But if anything, that helps reinforce my point, Riley, is like, our concern is ownership. Yes, as it should be. Right? But the reason why I say it's a more long-term battle is because I don't think the fear is they're going to be taking games away from me every week. No, they're not going to do that. Like, that makes zero sense. It's like, if you're trying to do business, you don't want to piss people off and lose customers by taking their games weekly. It's kind of like what we saw with the movies, the digital movies that Sony removed. That took years, but once it happened, it's boom. It's like the nuke goes off. That's it. It's over. And everybody's like, how could that have happened? It's like, because you didn't own shit. So I'll say the reason why digital ownership, if we're going into a digital only ecosystem in the long run or a digital only future, the reason why ownership is going to matter in the digital space is for that reason, where enough time, decades go by, you should still be able to have access to the games you purchased, because the day is going to come where, like, look at the PS3 store is the great example I could give right now, right? Sony said, we are, for the time being, you'll still be able to download your content and use it and stuff. And in other words, they're kind of hinting that at some point, could be 10 years from now, could be 20 years from now, it probably won't be that long, but they're like, yeah, we're gonna take that away. Like, that's just the thing that's gonna happen. And that's what I'm talking about. It's like, that's what needs to be protected. And that enough time goes by, sure, you may be the minority. The vast majority of PS3 players moved on already and said, we don't care. Okay, no problem. So you don't care if we delete all this? No, we don't. No problem. But for those who do care, it's simply just morally and ethically wrong to say, yeah, that stuff you bought, you're in the minority, so sorry, we're doing this, and you can't do anything about it. It would be nice if there was some kind of protective measure in place for those people to be like, whoa, I bought this stuff. I don't want to see it all deleted. And there should just simply be like, yes, that if then it won't be deleted. Like, you can now, even if there could be like a middle ground where it's like we give you the opportunity before we delete everything and nuke everything to like, install it on an external hard drive or something or whatever, to do what you want with it. That's just not a thing that exists, and it's going to have to exist at some point in some form, at least in my opinion, because eventually, yeah, in the long run, things will get taken away. Now, whether or not you'll care, I mean, like, dude, if you ask me 20 years from now, am I going to care about certain digital games I bought on the PS4 or 5 being removed? Probably not. I'm not going to, like, I don't want to front and be like, oh my God, that random game that I literally forgot even existed and I even bought that I certainly was never going to go back and download and play. It's gone. But it is the ethics of it, where it's like, if I have a game like stashed away somewhere in my house, a physical copy, like of a PS2 game or something, and I didn't know about it, like what I'm saying is, if Sony were to come into my house and be like, we found this PS2 game, we're taking it back. And I'm like, I didn't even know that was there. So how could you care if you didn't even know it was there? Well, now I care because you're trying to take it. You see what I'm saying? It's just, that's the conundrum. That is the conundrum for a lot of people. All right, we have Leo Jimmy with a generous $20 super chat. Thank you for that, Leo. He says, MBG Money, I know we need the physical to stay, but I haven't seen my tapes, DVDs, CDs in years. Most gamers are selfish. I'm not playing Phantom, Logan, and GTA 6. I blame myself being lazy and not getting up to go to the store. Well, at least you're taking some level of accountability. You're basically acknowledging, like, I contributed to the problem, but I'm kind of okay with the problem I've created. Like, it doesn't really confront me in that way. So I think that's fine. Like, I think that's where, Leo, the truth is, if you went to like Twitter and said something like that, you're going to get torn up. People are going to dehumanize you, bro. That's right. You're going to get straight up dehumanized because you're a drone. You're like an android built by Sony. You're a bot. And that's where I think people need to be careful. I'm not going to lie to you guys. Like, the shit that I see, this is the big problem with the internet in 2026. It's a big problem as not just the internet, but the world. It's like, we need to stop dehumanizing as much as we do over trivial shit. Like, it's video games, guys. Stop treating people like they're fucking literal dirt under your shoe. You might actually be encountering bots on Twitter, but you're probably also encountering real human beings who are looking at what you're saying and reading what you're saying through their phone. Not asking you to be a little baby and treat everybody like a little, gotta treat everybody like a little princess, snowball, whatever. Like, no. But it's like, dude, the stuff I see, it's like, what are you doing? Why are you talking to people like that over video games? That's the stuff that starts to get me. It makes me back up more and more. Where I'm like, this is getting weird. This is getting weird, And I trust me, I've seen it, and I'm not saying this. I'm not a victim, and I'm not playing the victim. But I am here to tell you that like the stuff that I've seen people saying to me, the words that they've said, it's like, I'm not a bot. Like, I'm not a bot. I'm a real living, breathing person who sits here and talks to you or, to people. It's like crazy to me. Like, people are just like, yeah, we're just going to say this to you. And, I've changed my view on it at this point, but this is where it's just like anybody who's willing to speak to somebody else like that over video games, they would be better off not involved in the conversation whatsoever until they until they mature a little bit and they grow up and they realize like it's video games. If you want to go speak to people like that and you want it to even remotely be justified, which I don't think it usually ever is, but go to politics. Because at least then you're talking about real world shit with real world consequences. You know what I mean? Like shit that's actually going to affect how you live day in and day out. Your rights and all that shit. Then maybe, it's a little bit more understandable why you would get that heated. Anyway, I digress here. But Leo, thank you for the super chat, buddy. We also have Ray with a $2 chat. He says Sony no physical games, but listening to physical vinyl. Are you referencing the thing that they put out there, the post about their new vinyl record player? Yeah, that was talk about tone deaf. Obviously, it's different, but like, sheesh, man, not the time to be advertising your new record player. Very depressing, man. Very depressing. If MBG isn't AI, then why is that cat always in the same spot every stream? I'll tell you right now, I think I won Luna over with the catnip. She's claiming this tower now. Before she wanted nothing to do with it. Now she's nice and comfy. Oh, she looks like she's getting up now though. She heard me say that. Now she's like, oh, well, time to head out. All right. Kaz Jam with a $10 super chat says, I just don't understand why some people feel so strongly about those of us who do care about ownership. It's like they can't fathom why we care about it and they're upset about it. And that's the problem in all of this, Kaz Jam, is it's just too many people getting overly aggressive at one another, and it's the divide and conquer mentality, man. This is why Sony wins. This is why all the companies win. It's divide and conquer. Turn the people on themselves. Let them get too distracted by bickering back and forth and fighting amongst one another that they don't even pay attention to the bigger picture. And you know what and that's the thing is, here's how it looks. The bigger picture is the corporations are doing what they want to do. The majority of people are accepting it and partaking in it because they're not even paying attention to any of the noise that's happening outside here, because half the noise that's happening outside here are people fighting with each other. And the actual message, the actual tangible take-home message that you can try to open people's minds and eyes with gets totally scrambled by the constant fighting. And that's why it's just like, dude, I don't condone any of it. Like, I don't think gamers should be worried about berating and fighting other gamers. What I think they should be worried about is if there's something that, you find concerning and something that's a problem, move forward with a clear focus. That focus shouldn't be the naysayers. That focus shouldn't be the noise outside of anything other than this is the objective, this is what we're trying to achieve, and this is what we hope to achieve. You let all that extra noise in, and it's just like, it's over. It's over. And that's unfortunately, that just happens time and time again. MBG, what's worse, people not knowing what Sony's doing or people knowing and still continuing to give Sony money? I don't know. I don't know that I could blame either. Because on one side of that, I see people, they just don't know. So it's like, you can't be mad if they don't know. On the other side of it, people do know, but they're like, shit, if I can't do nothing about it, so I'm whatever. Get mad for a moment and then they move on. And it's like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess that would be seen as a little bit worse because it's like, well, you're aware. But like, I don't know. It's like, it's what you're asking is almost like a philosophical question. It's like, what about people who are doing things that they know aren't good for them, but they do it anyway? Welcome to the human condition. Isn't this all just an exercise in trying to be better? Ultimately, just to find that you're only mortal. You're just a mere man. You're only human. Weak mortals. Sony is God. All right. And we have Strupper with a $2 direct donation. Says, MBG, can you link where you got the info about Sony taking all digital games away from people and the statistics of how often they do it? No, I'm not saying they do that. I'm just simply saying that it's like, think of it like this. That's true. First world problems. Exactly. These are first world problems, and I think sometimes we lose sight of that. But we're in the weeds, We're in the weeds of it all. Think of it like this. If you buy games on a digital storefront knowing, consciously that, or it's put in front of you, I should say, before you purchase it, that you are not buying this, you are renting a license that can be revoked at any time for any reason that Sony sees fit, right? Or Valve for that matter, right? Like, because it's digital there too, or Xbox. What is... You will do, like, if you agree to that, and you agree to it because like, they're not going to take these games away. Like, these games aren't just removed. It doesn't really usually work like that. But the question is like, but does that make it okay? Like, does that make it right? And that's kind of the moral conundrum of it. Like, it almost seems, again, man, like we have to understand that when we look at it through that lens, you're talking about consumer rights. The problem we are literally faced with right now, okay? The problem we are literally faced with right now is, yes, we're talking about consumer rights, and you, as the customer, as the consumer, you should care about your rights. And we are faced with the reality that the majority of people don't give a flying fuck about their rights. And we have to ask ourselves, what do we do with that? What do we do with that conundrum? I don't know what you do. Like, on one side of that, you can say, well, that's a problem. We need to wake people up. Okay. Are you waking people up? No? Well, then you have to do the next thing. We have to fight on their behalf, even if they're not asking us to. Sure. And that's a noble thing to do, but it's going to be mostly thankless if it succeeds. You know? Because it's like I said, you are dealing with the conundrum of people just don't care. How do you make people care? How? I'll tell you what, the only thing that'll make people care fast enough is if it suddenly does affect them. And that's what Sony's banking on. If you want to know ultimately what Sony's banking on, it's not on people just moving on. What Sony's ultimately banking on, it's what all these other companies are banking on, is that, and it kind of like is what Valve established, right? What is that famous saying from, was it Gabe Newell, where it's like, people are pirating, it's more likely a service problem. Like, you're not serving your customers. You're not serving them as good as the alternative. Sony is hoping that they will be able to service their customers well enough that the idea of you suddenly caring about digital ownership and DRM and all that stuff, you're not going to care. Because we're serving you. And that's like, it, like basically what you're asking of people, and this is why it is hard. You're asking people to care about a potential future scenario where you get screwed over. And ultimately what you're asking people to do is fight that now before it happens. And human nature has proven that the majority of people every time are not going to do something until they have to. So it's like, I think this is why people use the term inevitable. Like, this is the inevitable future. It doesn't mean it won't erupt in chaos. It doesn't mean it won't break things, but it has to come to pass first. The thing that people fear happening, the minority that they fear that they know eventually will happen at some point, it has to happen. Unfortunately, in order for the majority of people to care. That's just what it takes. That's human nature. That's human history. That's how it always goes. So, this is why I'm saying with the PS6, it presents a great opportunity to bring this stuff. Like, you're going to have Sony coming out struggling, expensive hardware, struggling to show off next-gen games because people are going to be like, that just looks like a PS5 Pro game. You're going to have all these things stacked against them. It'll be a great time to kind of nudge in there like, oh, and by the way, you don't own your games and it's digital only. And that might not be the number one driving factor for people, but you'd be surprised. Somebody gets pissed off. They're like, you want me to pay $1,000 for a PS6? That's a fucking ripoff. And then suddenly they'll see other people are also made. They're like, yeah, and guess what else? They're not going to let you own your games. And somebody's like, oh, I didn't even know that. Yeah, you're not even going to own your games. You should do something about that too. And it can create a snowball effect. So, it might not necessarily take something like Sony stripping all your games away in mass for change to happen. What it might actually end up taking is enough people being pissed off at the PS6. I mean, truthfully, I think that could be a possible outcome, but we don't know. We still don't know. But, Sony has, I know people are tired of hearing about this, and trust me, I am getting tired of talking about it too, because it's a lot. Like, it's not really fun. But, Sony was the one who dragged this to the forefront. Not me, not you. They just did. They just said, we're doing this now. We're having this conversation now. And I'm like, fuck. That sucks. We have Muhammad Sumar with a $2 direct donation saying, why didn't you make your channel on the platform you created instead of the one you can shut down? Instead of one that can shut down or take away your channel. Hold on, let me try reading this again. Why didn't you make your channel on a platform? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, no. And that's, see, do you see why it's just like, I think we're ultimately getting what we want. When I say we, I'm not talking about everybody, but like the masses. Like, yes, my channel is at the mercy of YouTube. I don't get to determine. Like, I can determine right now if I want to shut my channel down, but if YouTube decides, no, we're shutting it down for you for whatever reason we decide, you know? Yeah. I don't own my channel. I just, you know, these were always going to be problems that we run into, but it's just, there's a balance. I mean, I want to remind people of this. This is important to understand. This might be the most important point I can make in this entire conversation. When we're talking about digital-only ecosystems in gaming, you don't own the games you're buying from Valve. It works the same way on Steam. And yet everybody's okay with that. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that is? Is it because every PC player is like, well, I'll just go to GOG if I have to? No. That's not why. Trust me, that's not why. The answer is because Valve found the answer, which is if we put the right policies in place and we even the odds, you know, we make it fair for you and we serve you correctly, you probably won't care about ownership. And they were right. And yeah, I mean, you pair that with the open nature of PC, of course. But that's the thing, man. Like, let's be real right now. The majority of people, well, I don't know if I want to say majority, but from what I gather, a lot of people who are like obsessed with Steam, like Steam is the fucking best. It's not so, like, they're not coming at it from the angle of it's because PC's so open. No, they're coming at it from the angle of like Steam just, they do it well. They do it great. Like, they know how to do it. And that's kind of like where this is where it's like, look, man, Sony's not going to open up the PlayStation ecosystem. They're not going to do that. Like, the PlayStation ecosystem is not going to become an open ecosystem unless they're forced to. Yeah, Steam also took many years and lawsuits to be in that place. Yeah, and they had to learn some hard lessons too. And that's why I'm saying, like, dude, Sony, if they're going in this direction, they're probably going to learn some hard lessons. I have no doubt that they got some fucking thunderstorms coming their way, man, that they're going to have to brace themselves for. But, you know, I guess I'm just saying, like, it is fascinating to me that if we were to look at this from the perspective of, like, who would be considered the good guy, I think a lot of people in the digital space and ecosystem, most people say, oh, it's Valve. But isn't it ironic that most people will jump to that? But it's like, but you also don't own things on Valve, on Steam either. So it kind of does paint this picture that may make some people uncomfortable, but it is the picture that's being painted that it turns out people are okay without having ownership. You give them a good enough deal, you give them enough customer service, you give them enough options, yeah, ownership takes a back seat, apparently. It turns out ownership is not the be-all, end-all. It's the experience. For the time that you're going to spend on this platform and for the money you're going to spend on it, does it feel worth it? Most people are not going into their account creations for these storefronts thinking, I can't wait for this account to last 100 years and I can pass it on to my son and my daughter and my grandchildren. Most people are not doing that. Should we have those conversations? Yeah, we're going to have to at some point. It's reliability of access. There you go. There you go, Titus. You got it. You're right. It's exactly it. It's people just want to know, like, am I going to be able to come back to this? And it's like, yeah, no worries. We got you. Yeah. And you're right. That's basically this, like, that kind of, it X's it out, right? Where it's like, you don't need ownership per se if the thing you purchase is never going away. It kind of, you know, they cancel each other out. It's basically the same thing. Like, on the most technical level, it's not. But most people are not going to operate in the realm of technicality if they're, remember what I said, if it's convenient. What are you more worried about? True ownership or, like you said, like accessibility and the convenience of it? If we can promise you that, how hard are you really willing to fight for ownership? We're going to find out. We're on the path to finding out. It's going to be an interesting ride. RichRod 908 says, me and you also live in a state where property taxes are rent in themselves. Yes, that's true. Yet people stay here, just like how people will remain with PlayStation. You know what? I'm moving. Rich, stop it. Why? Stop bringing up real life shit. Stressing me out. Guys, by the way, if you are enjoying the stream thus far, make sure you hit that like button. Okay, I really appreciate it. Consider becoming a member. Consider gifting memberships. Thank you for all the super chats and the direct donations. Like I said, I put out a new members only video, a new member drop, another gameplay commentary reflecting on the PlayStation 5 generation. It is available for members only. So go check that out if you are a member. Always looking for some feedback. And we have a lot more members content coming up. We have another direct donation from RichRod. He says, why aren't... Hold on. Oh, sorry. I read that wrong. You're saying we aren't even talking about ownership anymore. Steam isn't ownership, but it's reliable. We don't know yet what PlayStation will do with the PS6. Outrage is unfounded. Well, I don't want to say it's unfounded, Rich. I don't think it's that unfounded. I think it's that Sony has kind of not hidden the fact that they want control. They want power. You know? And I think that's why it's like if you're trying, you won't find many people right now giving Sony the benefit of the doubt. And for the people who are giving Sony the benefit of the doubt, like, give them a chance. Maybe they're going to try to really compete with Steam, and they're going to really try to make the PlayStation digital ecosystem the de facto place to go. We don't know what their plans are yet. And that's true, but like most people are not doing that because they look at Sony's past actions, even this generation, but in the past as well. And it's like Sony seems like the first company that's actually going to try to like put you in the worst position, you know? But yeah, it's possible. I mean, dude, wouldn't that be a crazy outcome? I'd be shocked. I'll tell you what, you know what that would do? That would make people a lot less angry at the PS6. Imagine if Sony came out and the first thing they acknowledged, they're like, listen, before we even reveal hardware, we're talking about the platform and the ecosystem. And they have this like big planned out state of play or presentation where they're like, here's what we're changing on the PlayStation Store, and here's what you can expect if you're gonna when you buy games digitally on the PlayStation Store, and they just fucking go crazy. And it's like suddenly they're doing all the things that Steam is doing. People, I'll tell you, I think people at that point, they wouldn't be completely won over, but that would be a difference maker for because a lot of people are already buying digital, and that would just be good for them. But even for the people who are skeptical or just don't want anything to do with it, people who are potentially looking to go to PC, they might, well, hold on, let me hear this out. It's just, you're not going to see that now. You're not going to hear about that now. Nor is Sony going to even attempt to talk about it now because they're going to get, I mean, look at what's happening to them. If this is a plan that Sony has, think of it like this. Remember what I said, the PS6. It's May 2027. Sony's getting ready to announce the PS6. It's happening. Future of Gaming Part 2. May, June. Everybody's locked and loaded. Like, you know, we're going to fuck it. We're taking Sony out. This is it. And we have it in our minds. It's only going to go one way. But then Sony they pull out a wild card. And it's exactly what I'm saying. It's like, actually, we have a counter. We know you're coming in talking about discs. We know we can't stop all of that. But actually, we're going to lay something out right now that's going to reassure you that this digital only ecosystem, we're about to compete with Steam. We're about to make this the real deal. I think a lot of people will be like, whoa, okay, hold on. how's this going to work, Sony? Sony has done some damage that they're just not going to be able to undo. But I'm just saying that if I were Sony, like, let me just put it to you this way. If I was Hideaki Nishino right now, that's literally all I'd be obsessed with every day with my team. I'd be like, we're going to have the best fucking digital ecosystem. If we're going through with this, we are going to be undeniably, we're going to take on Steam and we're going to be better. We're going to do everything we can. That's the mandate. Because if we can't do that, then why bother? Why bother? I don't like, Sony is at the highest risk of losing people to PC with the PS6 than ever before. And they left PC. That's what I'd be thinking if I was Sony, if I was Hideaki Nishino and I made this choice. I'd be like, dude, we need to get fucking good right now. Because if we don't, we're losing people. If we're giving people no option but to buy digitally, what's going to stop them from going to the better digital storefront? That would be my view of it if I was in charge. Like, this is what we got to do. And so I don't blame, I'm not saying assume that's what Sony's going to do, but all I can say is when I look at Sony, it's like, I sure hope you have a plan, because shit's not looking good right now for the PS6. It's really not. But we'll see. We'll see. Sony's been, I will say they have been cleaning up a lot of the slop on the PlayStation Store, which has been surprising. I have to, like, it's stuff like that where I'm like, that's interesting. Why are you guys doing that? Their arrogance blinds them, and we'll see. Like, if that's the thing. If Sony thinks they're going into the PS6 gen without making major changes to the PlayStation Network and the PlayStation Store, they're out of their fucking minds. They're literally asking for failure, in my opinion. I'm like, that's crazy. But hopefully, I don't know. Place your bets. Now's the time. Place your bets, because it's going to be a wild ride, regardless. They won't do that. The planned selling of stocks to coincide with the digital-only announcement says a lot. Perhaps. I mean, we'll see. Like, they're going to be talking to their shareholders very soon. I will say what doesn't give me confidence, to be completely honest. The one thing that really, I'm like, this is kind of, we got to pay attention to this, guys, is if you go to their last Q&A section with their shareholders, they basically said that monthly active users is no longer the most important metric. The thing they're focused on is maximizing lifetime value from each customer. And I'm like, okay, that can be good or bad. It can be bad if your plan is to exploit that customer and basically, wring them dry and shake them down aggressively. That's what people are afraid of, because that's kind of what Sony's been known to do, man. Like, yeah, like, they're known to milk, right? And granted, we don't know what it truly looks like from Hideaki Nishino's end, because he's only been, reminder, Hideaki Nishino has only been the head of PlayStation for 1 year. So not enough time to really do much, but the next gen experience for PlayStation is all him. And not even Herman Holst. Herman Holst, it's only from the studio side. So it's all Hideaki Nishino. The other side of Sony saying that, it could mean, and again, depends on who you ask, and place your bets now. We want to extract the most, more lifetime value out of the customer and get the most we can out of each customer, rather than finding a ton of new users. If your plan is to serve that customer to the absolute best of your ability so that they willingly hand over their money, that can be a good thing if you do it right. The question is, does Sony understand that? Because it's only going to be one way or the other. It's either arrogant, like, we're doing it our way and you're giving us the money, and that's that. Period. It's either going to be that, or Sony's going to shock everybody, and I'm not convinced of this yet, but I'll be waiting and watching. Sony's going to come out and be like, we understand why you're upset, why you're concerned. We're here to alleviate those concerns. Here's everything we're changing. Here's what we're doing. It's going to be a whole new experience. and it's all in the name of serving you. That's not going to win everybody over, but it's like that would be a version of Sony we haven't seen in a long time. The version of Sony that people feel like they're witnessing right now, and I do too, is like it's our way or the highway because we're bigger than you. Nobody can take us on. You're going to go to PC? You're going to leave to go to PC? It's like, I don't know. I think they might. You better watch out, Sony. You better watch out. I think they might. They don't even talk to us. I know. I'm assuming they're even talking. You're right. They're not even talking to us. They're going to have to, though, is what I'm trying. Like, when they come out with the PS6, they literally have to talk to us. Dude, Sony announces the PS6 in a fucking blog post. Said Sid Schumann out to announce the PS6. Oh, my God. Each game announcement is a blog post. Fucking A. All right, we have... Oh, God. Whew. Getting a little bit worked up here. Hold on. Guys, I should take my blood pressure right now. Should I take my blood pressure right now? See what it's at? What do you think? You let me know. PS Contrabrator saying, isn't everyone on PlayStation for the games? Isn't that their value? You came in to it for the games. Nintendo brings people in for the games. PS will use that to keep people. And that's true. But they have to focus on customer satisfaction. They have to. People will still show up for the games, but a satisfied customer is a customer that keeps paying and keeps returning. If you upset that customer balance enough, they're only going to end up, only coming back occasionally, and that's not going to be good for Sony. That's my view of it anyway. Like you can only weaponize the games for so long until it's like you got to actually get better at what you're doing. I'm going to check I'm going to check my blood pressure right now. Hold up. All right, so I just tried to take it, and it just straight up was like error. So I'm going to try one more time. I got to know. Like this, I have to know the answer to this question because, I don't know. I feel like I got to stay quiet when I do it, though. I'm doing one more time. Oh my God, I'm going to die. I'm going to fucking die. Guys, my blood pressure is 168 over 104. I'm going to die. Heart rate 84? Bro, look, dude, look at this. Look at this. That number, this number here is for me just sitting down earlier. This is my number right fucking now. I'm in the danger zone. Oh my God. I am like approaching territory of like what's being considered a hypertensive crisis. You're getting worked up too. My own blood pressure is probably diabolical. All right. We need to, guys, help me relax because this is bad. I can't, dude. That blood pressure medication can't come soon enough because holy shit, I'm going to need it. Motherfuckers in the goddamn heart attack zone. Eat fruit. Maybe have some catnip. Catnip will calm me down. Let's talk about Soundgarden. You know what I should probably do? I should probably try to play. I would play some like background music, but it'll get copyrighted. But all right. Drink water. That's pretty high MBG. Lower your salt intake and walk more. Sony's wrecking. I don't know. This isn't from Sony, dude. This is from I don't know what this is from. That's bad. Oh my God. I can't believe it's that bad. Holy shit. I'm going to have to tell my doctor about that. That's so bad. I've lost a lot of muscle. Yeah. I'm not so muscle bound anymore. I've barely been able to work out because of my neck. I bet you that's a lot of it too. Pent up fucking stress from I'm used to being able to work out and, you know, pump the iron, get the frustrations out. I haven't been able to do that. I have to be delicate about everything, and I'm just not. You're agitated, that's why it's up. I mean, God, I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure out. I'll have to see what happens when I take the blood pressure medication. But I played the drums a couple days ago. I got to find a way to be able to operate. Dude, I can't believe it's that fucking high. I mean, my God, that's a level that like your blood pressure should only ever justifiably be that high if you're like doing intense exercise. I'm laughing, but yeah, it's not funny. Like I'm gonna end up having a stroke. Like genuinely, if I don't calm down. All right. Shadowlink, you said MBG, what have I been saying most streams lately? What have I been saying? High blood pressure, and for that matter, type 2 diabetes is self-inflicted. 100. Come on, John, get it together. No, you're right. You're right. I gotta figure something out. I mean, don't get me wrong. The medication will be a game changer. My doctor said he'll increase my medication when I start taking it. He's starting me on the lowest dose to see what happens. All right. But he said if it needs to be upped, we'll up it because I got to get it under control. Oh my God. I'm going to have to tell him about that. He probably knew. He probably knew. He checked my my blood pressure in the office, and he was like, actually, before he even checked it, literally the first thing he told me when he walked in, he's like, you're gonna have to go on medication. Well, he didn't say it like that, but it's like we're gonna have to treat your high blood pressure. I really wonder what he would think if he saw this number though. That's that's diabolical. Let me tell you what will soon happen. Your eyes will change curvature. Things will start to blur slowly. Thanks. I'm feeling great. You're not scaring me. Yeah, I'm gonna have to change my name to HBG High Blood Pressure Gaming. But we'll see. Let's see if I can bring it down. Let's see if I can calm myself down. I think what I'm afraid of is I'm going to go on blood pressure medication and it's still going to be high because I've always sensed that when I stream, man. Like, can you fucking imagine what my blood pressure is when I those times when I would scream and yell? Could you fucking imagine? at that point. Oh my Lord. How many times have I gotten close to death streaming? This is crazy. Marv 4484. He's like, here we go, MBG. I know I'm gonna bring your blood pressure down. I'm gonna become a member. Do I have anxiety? Oh yeah.
Thank you.
Oh yeah.
Appreciate it.
I've been crippled by anxiety in my life. I hate to say it, but pretty much. And Marv, let me add that to the go. Yeah, if you guys want to support what I do here, I'm gonna need to pay. Well, actually, I think my health insurance luckily covers the blood pressure medication, but future medical bills. All right. Lower the salt intake. Dude, all I had to eat today was a piece of grilled chicken. Now, I did have coffee, and that raises blood pressure, but it's all I had today. A single piece of grilled chicken. That's all I ate. So I'm only a member because I like you though, even though you're kind of Sony chill all level. I appreciate you like me. They really like me. Thank you, man. Thank you. High heart rate isn't necessarily bad, but high blood pressure is. Yeah. Let's do some deep breathing. I got to talk about something that's going to calm me down. What will calm me down? What other topics of discussion did we have today? Oh, Intergalactic. Ah, yes, Intergalactic. The game that will clearly calm me and lower my blood pressure. I'm heading to Silent Hill. I need cardio, probably. My blood pressure stays through the roof, so I feel you. Yeah, man. But I've been riddled with anxiety my whole life, dude. Like, pretty much when I became a teenager, I think it was around like 16, 17 years old. Well, so that was like early adulthood, I guess, not teenager, but that's when I started to have some problems with anxiety. And I think it got really, really, really bad around like 19, 20, 21. But I was in some bad places in my life. There's a lot of shit going on. So like when I look back, I'm like, well, no wonder why you were fucking. I do think that anxiety, like, is my personal view of it. I think anxiety is oftentimes it's like a manifestation of like, it is your body trying to tell you something's wrong in your life and you're not doing something about it, or you're supposed to do. You need to do something about it, because anxiety triggers like fight or flight, and fight or flight biologically that happens in your body when you're in danger. I just think, we're hypersensitive. Like, so the danger presents itself in a different way in the modern era. Back in the day, it was literally predators attacking you and you had to fight for your life or run for your life. Today, it comes in the form of like, you got bills, you got responsibilities, you got arbitrary time frames you have to abide by. You got just these modern day issues that it triggers the same exact thing in your body, but it's like there's no, there isn't some kind of fucking tiger in front of you that you have to fight, or a bear or some shit. It's yeah, and I don't know, man. It's a struggle. But you think Intergalactic makes my blood pressure go through the roof? Well, let's find out. Let me talk a little bit about Intergalactic. I'll take my blood pressure one more time. We'll see where it's at. Here's the thing. You're saying cortisol's there for a reason. And did you remember earlier when I said 10 to 30 minutes? That is not the topic. Move on. Hey, Michael, you're going to listen to me talk about crippling anxiety, and you're going to like it. No, in all seriousness, I would prefer to save some of those discussions for like members lounge topics. I think they're better served there. No, anxiety is literally a fear, and it is a constant state of fear. If you make a concerted effort to control your way of thinking, it goes away. I've done it, and it helps a few friends as well. No, I agree with that. I think it's been proven that like the way your brain works is like you basically like digging trenches. And so when you can develop a fear of a fear, you know, and it can snowball and it digs that trench deeper. But I think about, that's the thing though, is like when you think about what is the fear, right? The fear that you're focused on, where does that come from? I think that forces you to look at something in your life. You know what I mean? Like there's something in your life that is causing a fear, and that fear is getting out of control, and it's like dominating your life, and it's enveloped you. And like, what is it? And I think a lot of times it can be hard to identify it. Sometimes it can be difficult because sometimes it's something that it doesn't necessarily. It's like, oh, this is what's causing your anxiety. It's like, but I don't feel fear of that. It's like, oh no, you do. It's just deep, deep, deep down. It manifests almost subconsciously. It manifests so deeply in your subconscious that it presents physically now. Telling you, the mind body, crazy shit. The human mind and the human body, crazy shit going on. Let me tell you. But speaking of fear, Intergalactic, the heretic prophet. How are we feeling? We excited? Shadowlink wants me to be healthy, man. Shadowlink cares. He's been watching me go through it. He wants me to. He knows I can do it. He knows I can turn it around. I mean, I think I can too. I imagine myself like a year from now, hopefully in a much better place. You know, much healthier, doing better. We'll see though. We'll see. You're excited for it. Could be good. Well, I do want to tell you, so we do have a topic regarding Intergalactic to go over. It's not a major topic on, like, it's not like we got some like major breaking news, but it's what we all suspected, and it's that pretty much Intergalactic, the Heretic Prophet, is currently targeting a 2027 release. Surprise, surprise. But this is where we learned from Nate the Hate. He confirmed this. So Shadowlink, he drops a $2 chat. He says, yes, I do care and believe in you. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. It means a lot. I got a lot of really good people here, and I really appreciate it. I know I say that a lot, but trust me, I'm going through some shit in my life, in case that's not obvious. And, you know, the fact that people are still showing up, and, you know, I've been a bit all over the place with my channel this year, and I know you guys have witnessed that, and I've been all over the place with I think that's why I've lost so many people, is because I've been all over the place. But, you know, I'm working through shit, and I'm hoping I'll come out the other side stronger, hopefully, you know, stable at the very least. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. The last thing I want to happen is, things start to go wrong here next, you know? Can't have that. Naughty Dog missed a trick. Should have got Beastie Boys to do the theme song. Beastie Boys would have been good. That would have been good. So my thoughts on Intergalactic. I mean, this is an excuse to talk about it. I mean, if it's true that Intergalactic ends up releasing in 2027, then it would be, I think, safe to assume it's going to be like a summer release or a holiday release, perhaps, because we know that God of War Lao Fei is launching in February. So what we had suspected that it's going to be God of War Lao Fei and Intergalactic as the two like heavy hitters closing this generation, assuming the PS6 doesn't get delayed. I mean, I think it's safe to say God of War Lao Fei is going to be pretty big and pretty good. I know, I mean, there's people who are not excited for God of War Lao Fei. I think it looks good. I do. Like, there's nothing about it that looks bad. I think if you're upset because you're not playing as Kratos, that's fair. But nothing about it looks bad, you know? Oh, shit, I just hit my funny bone, damn it. Ooh. Oh, that's such a weird feeling. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Wicked. That is true. More violent Uncharted or Last of Us with automatic weapons. There's a lot that I have problems with Alpha. Well, you know, it's interesting because apparently they, by that I mean Santa Monica, like they felt the need to announce the next Kratos God of War game. I mean, some people are reading that as like, oh yeah, they're afraid it's not going to do well. Like they had to do that, you know? And I don't know. I mean, it did feel a little bit unnecessary, I suppose, but I don't think it's a bad thing. Like I think we have a pretty clear outlook for Santa Monica, more clear than Naughty Dog, where like Santa Monica, they have God of War Laufey, then they have what seems to be the next mainline Kratos game, and then eventually after that, we're going to get the God of War Remake trilogy. I think that's the order. And so with Mr. Veggie, you're saying with the $2 chat, Exodus looks pretty dope. So I've heard. Yeah, I don't know if it was you who mentioned it before, but somebody mentioned Exodus recently. Thank you, Mr. Veggie. But when it comes to Naughty Dog, like we know there's Intergalactic, we know there's a second Naughty Dog game in development, and it seems likely it's Uncharted. It seems highly likely that it's Uncharted. So I don't know. It's looking like an interesting finale, I suppose, to the PS5. But the thing about Intergalactic is like we still don't know anything about it. MBG, that's not true. They revealed it because Laufey is tied to the Kratos game. And yeah, and that would make the most sense, right? Like they didn't necessarily need to reveal it now, but it's interesting because like my understanding of the Laufey game is originally it wasn't supposed to be that way. Like Laufey, it was supposed to be like a prequel. But they decided actually let's take it in a different direction, and I'm really fascinated by that notion because I think that's what makes Laufey more exciting than it otherwise would have been, is seeing how it weaves into God of War 2018 and God of War Ragnarok. Considering how much I enjoyed those games, I really enjoyed those games, and then to find out that no, there's more that's going to happen after, and it's all going to tie in together with the next mainline Kratos game. I'm like, okay. I mean, we heard before that basically Santa Monica's goal here is to create their own kind of MCU with this, you know, with the God of War franchise. But as for Intergalactic, I mean, the thing about Intergalactic that's going for it, but also against it, is it's a brand new IP, and we have no idea what it's going to be like. We don't know if it's going to be, you know, is it going to be a full-blown RPG? Is it going to be like a blend of Uncharted and The Last of Us? I feel like it could be all these things, but I do think that Naughty Dog, I'm not feeling 100% convinced that they're just going to nail it in terms of universal praise. I think they'll nail the gameplay, absolutely. I think everything, it's like I said before, I don't think Naughty Dog's going to make a bad video game. They might make a less likable video game, though. Depending on how it plays out. And I'm fascinated in seeing that. I mean, Naughty Dog, I do feel like the difference between them and Santa Monica Studio is Naughty Dog has a lot more to prove than Santa Monica does. Santa Monica dropped God of War Ragnarok this gen, you know? Naughty Dog's only dropped 1 remake and 2 remasters. So they have to, in my opinion, knock it out of the park with Intergalactic. You thinking it'll be a bounty hunter with RPG elements like Horizon, Souls-like gameplay? I mean, that would be sick. I'd definitely be interested in that. I know that the first story trailer they showed off wasn't really everybody's cup of tea. It didn't. I don't think that generated a ton of excitement. I do think that in order for Intergalactic to garner the type of excitement that's going to be needed in order for them to find the success that they frankly need to have, is they're going to have to win people over with the gameplay. The gameplay is going to have to be incredible, and I don't know. I mean, that's kind of what makes Intergalactic so tantalizing in a sense, is like it's not beholden to what you would expect with a new Uncharted or a new Last of Us. It's in a post Uncharted, a post Last of Us world, and it's brand new. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to like assume too much here, right? Either way, I don't want to assume that it's not going to be good enough and it's going to underdeliver. I don't want to assume it's going to overdeliver. And Naughty Dog's, they're the GOATs. I just think that Naughty Dog, they have yet to make a bad video game. I know a lot of people view The Last of Us Part 2 as The Last of Us Part 2 is not a bad video game. You could maybe make arguments about the story and the plot and say that there's, it's too convoluted, it's too messy, that's where it kind of fell apart for some people. Maybe that part to you is bad. But as a video game, like Naughty Dog, it's like I've always said about them, they're experts of their craft. And so that's why I'm not willing to just write off Intergalactic, where it's like, my excitement for Intergalactic is not, it's not as high, certainly. Like, I can't deny that. Like, I'm not feeling like, whoa, like I can't fucking wait. It's not at that point. But, I am prepared to be disappointed in Intergalactic, to be honest. I am. I'm prepared to see this game in its entirety and be like, I don't know that I'm that excited for this. I mean, I'll probably play it no matter what, just to experience it, but I'm just keeping an open mind. I'm going into it like, maybe this will actually be fucking awesome. Maybe it won't. And I'll have to like force myself to play it to see if I actually, what I think of it and to talk about it. I'm hoping it's the first one. I'm hoping they show it and it's like, God damn, this is amazing. Wow. Like this, wow. It's like totally unexpected in a sense of like, they're really going in a direction here, and it looks great. But we'll see. What we do know is, according to multiple sources now, we can throw Nate the Hate in there. What we do know is that apparently this game is targeting a 2027 release. And so 2027, I mean, it's shaping up, dude. I got to admit, think about it. You're looking at God of War Laufey, Intergalactic, Until Dawn 2, and that's not, and probably a PlayStation 6 launch lineup that we don't know about yet. Those are just like, and those are just exclusives, like first party games. 2027 looks like it. I mean, it looks like it might be crazier than 2026, to be honest. I don't know that anything will match GTA 6, but it's looking crazy. The Last of Us 2 is okay. The writing sucked after they offed Joel for no reason, to be honest. Kind of held everything together. Gameplay was good, though. Final Fantasy VII, Persona 6, Kingdom Hearts 4. You think Neil Druckmann's writing is just so eye-rolling sometimes? September's giving you the fear. I know, dude. It's disgusting. Like, it's actually disgusting. Where are we at time-wise? Okay. Oh, so we passed the wow. Okay. So we passed the 3-hour mark. I pretty much covered. We ended up talking about the same topic for too long again, but it is what it is. Should we do a members lounge today? I don't know if we should. What are we thinking? Do we want to try to hit this goal? Do we want to try to hit this goal, this member goal, before we head out? Do we want to try to hit 25? I don't know. 50's a lot. We've been hitting the goal. We've been hitting the goals. Do we want to try to hit a goal and do a members lounge, or do we want to call it? What do we want to do? The Last of Us 2 is the only thing me and you disagree with, but story aside, with Intergalactic, we can at least be sure it'll be a high-quality game. Yeah, I agree. I don't doubt the quality of the game. Quality is definitely going to be high. For sure. I mean, Naughty Dog, it's like I said, man, their level of detail. Talk about healthy living. You're going to do a members lounge talking about healthy living? I mean, we could do that. That'd be a little bit different. It's a good chat. Bloodborne Remake exclusive PS6 launch. I mean, if they want to sell PS6s, yeah. No boss today. Yeah, boss, he didn't show up today. Oh yeah, that's true. I forgot about Kana. Oh yeah, you're right. That's probably a 2027 game at this point. You're right. Well, if you call it for members, I'll peace out and catch you on the Discord later. Is it just a herniated disc? Oh, with my neck? Yeah, I mean, I have some disc degeneration overall, but yeah, I have a pretty severe herniation on the left side. Yeah, they said Kana's coming this summer, so I mean, we still have time. We still have time. Kana still could launch this year. Am I planning on getting the PS6 or am I going to skip it? Right now, I'm not really thinking about it. You know, my plan with the PS6 is for now waiting, watching, seeing what Sony announces, and I'm expecting a bit of a bloodbath. So we got time though. I just want to enjoy the games between now and then. I mean, I gotta see. We got it. I mean, Tidy's just like, we don't want MBG's blood pressure to get high again. They still know how to hype people up. Titus is like, I'm looking out for you, MBG. I'm looking out for you. All it's gonna take is the 1 hour Mark Cerny talk. It's like, I'm a day one buyer. Oh yeah, Sony's gonna have a state of play in September. Yeah, they will. I wonder what my blood pressure is now. Guys, can we test something? Can somebody drop 50 member gifts? I want to see if my blood pressure lowers. Pay to keep me alive. How about that? I'm just kidding. Well, you could drop 50 if you want, but that was a joke. What if it was true though? What would that say? What would that say? Concerning. I make these jokes, but you never know. You never know what might turn out to be true. Yeah, by the way, guys, Ray, RU46 N2 Ray is going to drop the Discord link in the chat. If you want to join the Discord, feel free to do so. And he's also dropping the P.O. Box number. It's up to you. If you guys want to send anything over to the P.O. Box, eventually I'll go check it again and we'll see. Most people don't know that Mark Cerny's an OG developer from the Atari era. Yeah, Mark Cerny's been around forever, dude. Like it's crazy how, I mean, what has he been in the industry for, like 40 years or some crazy shit? So far, the only thing I've received in my P.O. box, it's a good one though, is if you can see it back there on the shelf, a custom made MBG sign, like a logo. It's really awesome. Whiskey Gaming sent that. I haven't checked the PO box in a little bit though. I don't know. There might not be anything in there. What is this? Another subscription to keep blood pressure in check? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Another subscription, bro. Are you kidding me? He's not even a Sony employee. Mark Cerny's a Giga Chad. You guys are funny. I do want to say this one more time though, as we're approaching the close to the end of the stream. I want to say this one more time because I said it one time earlier, but my life is paywalled. Yes, it's true for all of us, isn't it? You got to pay to live. Think about it. Think about it. Once you start looking at it through that lens, you're like, "Hey, yo, what? Oh, you thought you had a right to live? You think you're entitled to life? Mm-mm. Isn't that crazy? It's crazy. You know, one of the things that I think we often overlook because we're used to it is like you're born into a world that kind of wants you dead. I mean, I know that sounds crazy, but like think about how hard the human species has had to fight to get to this point. We've overcome the odds in some sense. It's impressive. Sometimes I look down upon humanity and I think, what's wrong with us? But sometimes I think, then again, when you look at what we were born into, maybe it's kind of impressive. Perhaps. Anyway, I did want to let you guys know about this for the future of the channel, at least my hopes, my dreams, my plans. Some of you may have caught this at the beginning of the stream, but in case you missed it, and I'm sure some people here definitely did, we are going to continue to do these daily live streams. I'm just going to be calling them MBG Live, but I'm going to be doing a lot more members content going forward. My goal here, more than anything, is to try to build up members, hopefully paying members, people who find it worth it. But with that being said, there's going to be more members content coming. Like I said, I'm going to have 3 forms of content that I'm going to start out with. One is the members lounge, which we did one, I believe, last week. We're going to be doing what I'm going to call it the member drop. Now, we used to call a different thing the member drop. It's not that. It's different. The member drop now, as I'm wording it, or I'm keeping that same wording, as I'm changing the content, the member drop is just members content, member video content. Okay. And that's going to be probably happening more frequently than you would think. And there's going to be a lot of random stuff. It's gaming related, but different types of gaming related member content that you're going to get. And I have a third thing I'm going to try to do. And I'm going to try to see if I can release it on Saturday. If not, it'll come next week. But I want to see what my member audience thinks of this. It's an idea I have. I've been thinking about it for some time. And I've been wanting to do something like this for some time. It's nothing crazy. It's not going to seem like unfamiliar or like, whoa, this is totally out of left field. But I want to see if it can become like a staple of member content that members really... I've had this for a long time. I've been wanting to create some kind of content for members that feels really meaningful to them. That's been something I've been fixated on for a long time. I haven't thought of the right thing, I think that some of the members content I've been doing lately, you guys have been showing an appreciation for. You like some of the what's it called? The gameplay commentaries. I've been getting some really positive feedback on that. But I really want to create something that's like going to make people feel like, oh, this is totally worth having a membership for. That's my goal. We'll see if it happens. But I don't want it to come at the expense. The important thing is I don't want it to come at the expense of this, like, the normal content that I've established that people expect. What's the next Steam game? I mean, honestly, right now, I think it might be Gears of War. I know it's a little ways out, but I think that's the game I'm going to actually try to really, entrench myself in deeply, playing that on Steam. The only problem is that the timing and the release. Like, I wish Gears of War was coming out like next week or something, I think any games that are released physically for PlayStation, I'm still going to support that. And then, you know, we're going to have bridges to either cross or burn, you know, when as time moves forward. No, I'm probably going to pass on that Powerball. So I did look into it. It's not my type of game. I don't really play stuff like that. Apparently it's extremely popular though. Be careful with that game, by the way, dude. Apparently it was discovered that it's installing like malware on people's PCs. So heads up on that. But yeah, it's not really my type of game. I do appreciate the invite though, man. It's very kind of you. Yeah, I'm good on Mecha Chameleon. The PlayStation Blackout, August 23rd through 30th. Indeed. I think the game's called Mecha Chameleon. Yeah. How about the Resident Evil games? Maybe. I'll think about that because the thing is, I've got my fair share of Resident Evil gameplay in this year. I platinumed RE2 in the beginning of the year, RE2 Remake, and then I platinumed Resident Evil 9. My whole thing right now is I'm basically bracing myself for what's next in, I mean, it's to start like the second half of August, and then it just doesn't stop. Like there's legitimately too many games coming out, and I'm going to try to push myself not too hard. Don't want to stress myself out now, but I want to try to push myself to really start to try to squeeze more games in, whether that's on PlayStation, Steam, and I'm talking like games that are coming out, like the new game. Like I can't believe what's going on in September. Like it's not even just September, October, November. It's like, what the fuck? What the fuck, man? I mean, it's too much. It's too much. But guys, we are going. So, all right. Yeah, I went past my. All right. We'll stream for 5 more minutes. I did play Expedition 33. Yeah, I actually reviewed that game and I was extremely impressed with it. I loved Expedition 33. When I was reviewing that game, I'm like, this is game of the year. I'm like, I don't think people are prepared for how fucking good this game is. But guys, I'm going to be streaming for 5 more minutes here, and we're going to wrap it up. I'm going to hold off on the Members Lounge today because, honestly, I am a little bit nervous with how high my blood pressure is, and I think I'm going to have to try to go rest and calm down for the rest of the day. My hope is either tomorrow or Friday, we'll try to do a Members Lounge, okay? But what I will say is, for the last 5 minutes, if you guys want to drop any more support, if you want to hit this goal today or contribute any more to the member goal, now is the time to do it. If you want to drop any more super chats or direct donations, now's the time to do it. We hit 50. I'll do a Members Lounge right now. I'll push through it. I'll do that for you, okay? But listen, like I said, when we are done the stream, if you are a channel member, go check out the new members only video that I put out. You might be interested in it. We have RichRod with a direct donation. He says, you know who you are. Next one to disrespect Titus, I will crush. Snap your back and make you humble. F around and find out. I will hurt you. Respect MBG and Titus. Butterscotch, thank you. Thank you. Rich is demanding. Rich said, if you guys hit 50 members, he'll drop 5. That's right. He said that. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? No, he said if we hit 50, he'll drop 50. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Okay, Rich didn't say that. Death Stranding 2 was my personal game of the year. But I was saying Expedition 33 was like, I was saying that game is going to win game of the year. And Expedition 33 was right up there with Death Stranding 2. It was close. It was close. No, I didn't. If somebody was smack talking, I didn't see it. No, I didn't see it. Powerball, she's saying, don't push yourself. I'll push myself. I'll push myself to the limit. Well, I don't want to push myself to the limit, but, you know, I got to do what I got to do. Right? Still can't believe Astrobot won game of the year. I mean, it was surprising, man. Even I couldn't believe that. I knew it was going to win some awards, but I'm like, game of the year? Death Stranding 2 is your game of the gen. Death Stranding 2 was incredible. Kojima still got it, man. That game was special to me, especially the time. last year is when my cousin passed away at the very beginning of the year. Still not over it. Still all fucked up by it. But there was something in that game specifically. Like, there were some very intense. I don't want to spoil anything, but there were some very, very, very obvious homages and callbacks to Metal Gear Solid 1, the ending. And that was my cousin's favorite game ever. He quoted it all the time. He was the one who introduced me to Metal Gear Solid. And so, like, playing that game last year at that time and experiencing those callbacks, it was pretty emotional, honestly. Like, it was like something where I was kind of caught off guard. I wasn't really expecting it. And, it was a hell of an experience, man. And so it was a difficult game to platinum. That's true, Irfan. You did do the timestamps for the spoiler cast. Yeah, and that was one of the rare games I did. I'm going to try to do more stuff like that. I really want to try to do more game. Listen, I'm going to be honest with you guys. All right. I'm probably being too honest for my own good here. I shouldn't be. Because if I end up changing my direction, people are going to be like, but at least you'll know why. All right. I want to talk more about games. Like, I really, really do. But sometimes I'm afraid to do it because, frankly, like, it doesn't really bring in as much viewership. It doesn't bring in as much financial support that I sometimes need. And I get nervous about that, where it's like, I know sometimes people are like, bro, why are you talking about this topic again? And like, how come sometimes unfortunately, I am at the mercy of, like, I have to just kind of go with the flow. I have to go in the direction that this is what people are talking about today. This is what people want to hear about today. And, I may want to talk about something else, or I may have a thought to talk about something else, but that's kind of sometimes has to take a back seat. I do have to serve the audience. I have to serve the channel here, but I really, really, really want to, this is why I want to, the thing about members only content, and Irfan, this is why I feel so bad, Irfan, that you can't get a fucking membership. I hate that. There's got to be a way for me to, if not get you a membership, like, be able to, like, show you the members content or something, because I know you would gladly be a paying member if you were allowed to. But the thing about the members content that I kind of like, and it opens up this door where, like, I can have more freedom, No, he doesn't have a brand. It's the country he lives in. It doesn't support channel memberships and, like, all the different financial stuff that YouTube does. Irfan, there's got to be something I could do for you, man. I'm sure. I think I'll be able to figure something out for you eventually. I think I will, because I do feel really bad, man. Like, I know you would be supporting the channel in a huge way if you were able to. It's not your fault. You're here every stream, dude. RichRod is screaming in the chat, if you guys don't get us from Rich, calm down. He says, if you guys don't get us to 50 members, if you don't get us to 50 for members lounge, someone at random will be hidden. Someone's going to get disappeared. This is how we do it here, guys. Isn't it so noble? And Rich wonders why my blood pressure's high. But no, the thing about the member content, and I was thinking so deeply about it and why I want to make such, changes to it is because, like, it makes me feel more comfortable to kind of just do other things without worrying about how it's going to perform, because the purpose of the members content is to serve my members, where it's like, it's not about the viewership. It's not about it's all ad free. So it's not about financial gain. It is in the sense that, like, I want people to maintain their memberships, but it feels like memberships could open an opportunity for me to be more, more versatile, I think a lot of, people give me a lot of great suggestions on the channel, and I absolutely appreciate it. Trust me, I do. Like, to see people suggesting, oh, you should try this and do this. Like, wow, you care enough to actually think about what I should do. That's very much appreciated. But YouTube can be a difficult thing sometimes, man. And the way the algorithms work today in 2026, I mean, there's a couple of recipes for success that if I wanted to go down those roads, I could, that I've have before. And, it's just not something I want to commit to. But I think people sometimes don't understand that if I were to do what it is I want to do, which is, like I said, I want to talk more deeply about games, it's at a very high risk, you know? Unless I have something like, I got to have something big and bold to say about a specific game. Like, I got to make a video about Halo Campaign Evolved and being like, this is a disgrace, and just highlight all the things. That is a guaranteed success. I don't want to do that because that's not real. I could make a video about Halo Campaign Evolved while I'm playing it, but that's not a game I want to play. I mean, a game that is coming out that I want to play is the Metal Gear Solid collection, Wait, hold on. He's spared today. Shadowlink from RichRod 908 to RichMod 908 to RichRod the Don 908 Mob Boss. I mean, he's getting kind of crazy. Turboloz, you're saying, I have high blood pressure from anxiety, deep breaths, meds, water. I need all of those things right now. Yeah. Anyway, I don't mean I'm going longer than I wanted to. I'll take it to 3:30. We'll see. If like I said, this is it. If you guys want to hit the goal, do it now. If not, we're going to wrap up. But yes, my goal is, I'll tell you this as well. I'll tell you this for members. You're going to start seeing I'm going to start just putting out members content. All right. So make sure you have notifications turned on. I think if you are a member, it will notify you. But I rather than just continuing to talk about it and oversell, you're going to start noticing we're going to get a very, 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 very steady stream of members content that we're going to be doing. All right. So please look forward to that. And I'm hoping it'll open up different opportunities. And Shadowlink's like, hey, man, can't do a 50, but I got a 5 for you. Shadowlink, thank you, man. You dropped 5 in the last one, too, at the very end. He wants... All aboard! Yo, I'm good for my word. Shadowlink just took you guys to 13. If you guys want to get a train, if you want to do it, I'll do a members lounge right now. I'll do it right now. I'll do it live. I'll do a members lounge. I'll check my blood pressure 3 times. How about that? Is that what you guys want? We'll have a health-focused members lounge. We'll talk about healthy living. But Shadowlink, thank you so much for that, man. All right, we'll leave the window open for a little bit here. If you guys want to contribute to that, let me see who got the gifts though. Damn, who was it that wanted the gift earlier? He didn't get one yet though. Who was it? Irfin, you're saying read my last. Let me check. You shouldn't do something just for me. Am I somehow more deserving than others? If I had the ability, I would make major financial contributions. That's why I'm trying to help in other ways. Well, I just feel bad, man, because like you really appreciate the channel, and it's not your fault. Like that's what bothers me about it. And it's probably not just you. Who knows? There may be other people that I just don't hear from, where like YouTube just doesn't let them be a member. But you're like the best example of somebody who's like, enthusiastic about everything I do. And I don't, I feel bad because I don't want to like, you can't do anything, you can't do anything. And that's what bothers me. And RichRod comes in. Now Rich is like, we gotta try, boys. Okay. When RichRod enters, starting to get serious. He's gonna, and it's serious because he wants to ban people. All aboard! He wants to ban people. This is Rich. This is Rich in the chat, basically.
Just do it.
That is Rich.
Yesterday you said tomorrow.
Thank you.
Just do it.
Thank you. This is what I need to tell myself.
True. Just do it.
That's me for real, though. Like healthy eating. Just do it. The fuck you doing, MBG? Put that goddamn Hot Pocket down, you fat son of a bitch. You slob. And fucking pick up the goddamn weight. Well, okay, maybe don't pick up the weight because you got a neck injury, but pick up a DualSense and start doing some curls with that. Sorry, I'm now you guys got me going. Rich is demanding. Well, we'll see. I'll keep it open for a little bit. Shadowlink dropped 5. Rich dropped 5. Powerball says there are 2 levels of mod ship, and the second level could allow me to enter member content. Is that legit? I don't know. I know there's 2 layers. I don't know if that bypasses. Oh, let me check that. Can YouTube channel mods enter member only content without being a channel member? Can you send Pop-Tarts to a P.O. box? Michael, don't do it. You could do it. We have some Pop-Tarts in the house. Kids like the Pop-Tarts sometimes. I like the Pop-Tarts sometimes. No more fucking Pop-Tarts for me. You know what, Michael? How about instead of sending some Pop-Tarts, you send some member gifts, okay? And we go into the lounge, and then you can tell me what flavor Pop-Tart you're planning on sending, and then I'll probably give you the green light, because actually Pop-Tarts are so fucking bad for you. Dude, Pop-Tarts, holy shit. You want to talk about being able to just down calories and sugar like it's nothing? Anyway, what was I looking up here? No, YouTube channel moderators cannot access or enter members-only content unless they are also paying channel members. YouTube applies strict permission gates to member-only content based entirely on active membership status, not on moderator roles. Live chat exception. If a creator hosts a members-only live stream, a non-member moderator can view or moderate the stream unless they join... cannot view or moderate the stream unless they join membership tier. What? Workarounds for creators. If a creator wants a moderator to view a specific members-only video for checks, the creator must share it via an unlisted link or gift them a membership. Unlisted link? I don't think that would work. Well, no, because in order to share it, yeah, the unlisted link won't work because I would have to change it from members only to unlisted, so then members won't be able to see it. I have an idea though, Irfan. I have an idea that I'll look into, and I just, like I said, man, I feel bad because it's not that you're like special. You're special, Irfan. It's that you don't have the ability, and you would be the highest tier member. You would be in every member's content. You'd be gifting memberships. I know you would, but you're not allowed to. You're not allowed to. So, let's try it. I'll void out my membership. Why are you going to void out your membership? No, so if I made it unlisted and I sent an unlisted link, I could send that unlisted link to anybody and they would be able to view it. Unlisted content is like it's like, so if I go to my last members video and I unlist it, I can share that link to anybody, but it won't show up in my member content feed. It just won't be there, and members won't get notified. So it's like, no, that's the thing. That's the one feature that YouTube still hasn't implemented yet. Being able to actually choose who you gift a membership to. But in Irfan's case, he can't even receive member gifts. So it's, it's unfortunate, but. And yeah, same thing with Devil's Shooter. I know Devil's Shooter, you were able to get your membership to go through. But, they're just, like, when it comes to like moderators and stuff, if I can find a workaround for them, just because they're They're helping moderate the chat. They're putting in some higher level effort here. Not that other people won, but you know what I'm saying. They're my mods. They're my mods. I got to take care of my mods. Irfan isn't blocked. Oh, no, he's not blocked on the channel. I tried to Cash App Irfan and he threatened to sue me. All right, guys. We're at 18. Listen, Shadowlink and I almost said Irfan. He would. Shadowlink and RichRod, they tried to get a member train going for you guys. We're at 18. This is it. I don't know. I don't know if we're going any further than this. It's in your hands now. It's in your hands. I mean, I guess it was in your hands this whole time. It was in your hands the whole time. All right. I'll honor RichRod though. I'll honor Rich. If we do hit 50, I'll drop 5. All right. Rich put that on me. He's like, every 50 you gotta, and I want to do that. I like, hopefully going forward I can do that more often. I would love to do that. Oh yeah, that's true. Devil Shooter. There might be something coming up with that. I'll talk to you on the Discord maybe, about what I'm talking about. But I'll only do it after I actually do it, if that makes sense. Like once it's actually created. All right. I'll talk to you about it later. RichRod wants the members lounge. Irfan he's like, I gotta earn it now. You know what? I'm gonna start working on a banger song for the next stream. I appreciate that, Irfan. Yeah. He's got to don't destroy your nails, man. Be careful. Be careful. YouTube is the only platform that doesn't allow direct specific gifteds. It's the only platform. What the fuck? What are they do? Why? Rich is getting angry. New Soul 9, you're saying MBG hot lava chocolate cake. It's healthy for you. It's not. I've eaten many in my lifetime, and I can tell you, dude, they're so good. Not healthy for you. It's not healthy for you. Don't listen to it. Why would you say that? Too much sugar. Get a cheese. You know who makes a really, 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 really good cheesecake? Now, I'm not a fan of cheesecake, which people probably think is crazy. But do you know who makes a really good cheese? Like, every time Mrs. MBG makes cheesecake, people go fucking nuts. And it's gone. It's like inhaled. So I don't know what she's doing with that cheesecake, but people would say I'm the luckiest guy in the world. But I'm not a fan of cheesecake, so it's like, but she's a really good baker. See, that's a problem too, though. You know, like I'll ask her to bake, and she'll bake, and it's good. And I go overboard. I got to get my shit together. Fruit smoothies. I'm about to make one now. I used to juice, not with steroids, like literally juice. Like I would have a juicer, and I would just put everything in that bitch, and I would drink it down. And I'm like, I'm healthy. I probably was healthy. But, God, I will never forget. I juiced beets one time. Oh, my God. Everything was stained. It tasted pretty good, though. It tasted pretty good. I won't lie. I'm like, juiced beets, not bad. Carrots always tasted good. No, celery and carrots was pretty good. So if I open a P.O. box and gift 50, may I partake in this cheesecake, LMAO? Yo, so that's... I don't know. I mean, dude, I see Michael's asking, too, when is she opening the online bakery? I don't know. Is that what we're going to have to do? Those who drop a 50, leave your P.O. box number. We'll mail out cheesecakes. They're paying me for cheesecakes. Oh, man. I don't know. I mean, Mrs. MBG, I know she likes baking. She's always loved baking. I'll talk to her about it. I can't make any promises, Shadowling. That would be so funny, though. That would be so funny. I mean, it's doable. Although I don't know, can you send a cheesecake though? What state do you live in? Shadowlink. You don't have to share that if you don't want, but I don't think you can do that. Is that even a thing? You know what? I love how, dude, I just Googled, can I mail a cheesecake? Yes, you can mail a cheesecake, but because it's perishable and a dairy product, it's got to be for fragile or temperature sensitive items. Overnight shipping isn't just beneficial, it's required. So I'd have to overnight that shit. They need that expensive. Oh, dude, you're not far, actually. That you're not far at all. PA. I'm right next to PA, and I have that's where my cousin lived. Where my aunt currently lives, and that's where one of my good friends lives right now. It's been a while since I've been to PA, though. We'll see. We'll see what we can do. See, this is what happens. This is what happens. You know, talk about my wife's cheesecake, and now they're like, "I'll take one." I don't know, man. It's crazy. Every time she's made a cheesecake, like people, like her family members demand, like you're bringing the cheesecake, right? It's like, yes, I'm bringing cheesecake. Bring the cheesecake. Your wife wants to move up to Wisconsin, have family in New York, come visit MBG. If you come visit me if you move. We need 32 more members. I mean, I'm waiting because I don't know. I was not expecting you guys to drop 10 more, so we'll see. It's, you know what? I also realized this too. I might not be able. I don't know if I'm going to be able to stream tomorrow. I'm hoping I'll be able to. It's not a guarantee because my plan was like, oh yeah, I'll do a members launch tomorrow. And you know, there's still Friday, but tomorrow there's something going on that it's important, and I'm not gonna. I don't know. It's happening at the time I normally stream, so unless I can work something out. So now I'm just like, well, I should take my blood pressure again though. See, I'm relaxed now. Holy, let me find out. Talking about Sony actually gets my blood pressure up. Let me find that out. That's gonna be a fucking problem. Oh no. Oh no. It's like, MBG, your blood pressure is okay when you're not talking about Sony. Yeah. Yeah, that's just the way it is. Look at what Perfect Image said. Hold on, what did he say? Hold on. MBG, send a digital gift card. Purchase a digital Google Play gift card or Apple gift card through an online store. Email the digital code directly to your friend. They can redeem it to pay. Pay for what, though? Also, I think you said, you know, of Lancaster, I'm 20 to 30 minutes from. Oh, damn. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I've been to Lancaster. That's where my cousin lived in Lancaster. I've been there a few times. Do you know of I remember when God, I have such a crazy memory here, but for the membership? No, it's not even that, man. Like it's literally, I think his country, it's literally not available in his country. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Like there are just straight up countries where the some of the features that YouTube offers are not available. Like I think YouTube is available itself, but the features aren't. But have you heard of a place called Mount Gretna Lake, Shadowlink? Because I remember years ago, you know, my cousin, and he was living in Lancaster, PA at the time. He's like, you got to come down and visit. I'm gonna take you to this lake, and it was awesome. It was an awesome time. It was so fun. It was so long ago, man. It was well over 10 years ago at this point. But really, really good memories there. Chopper Eric says you should be able to give me a gifted membership if we can cycle through all 103,000 subs. Yes. I mean, at some point I'll have no choice. What I want to have for memberships is to tell the darkest nightmare stories. I've been waiting for years. Wait, Devil Sure, you talking about my personal nightmares? The astral shit? Yo, where's Gaming Survivor? You've heard of it, but don't know much about it. I'll look into it more though. Yeah, I mean, I only went there one time, but it was awesome. It was a really fun experience. We acted like idiots. Talk about a member train. I don't know, man. Hey, are you able to make a cheesecake for Shadowlink, and we're gonna send it to him? We'd have to overnight it frozen, I think. I started talking about your cheesecake. You want cherries on top, Shadowlink? She's like, for you, yeah. It's better. It's better. Anything. I don't know. Maybe we'll have Mrs. MBG start like her online bakery, man. At this point, because if I ain't shipping it out, I'm eating it. Well, cheesecake. I'm not really into cheesecake. What is this, Rich? What are you sending me? Someone wants a YouTube membership, but his country won't allow him. He can circumvent it. To circumvent the region restriction and buy YouTube membership from an unsupported country, must mask your geographic location and align your Google billing details with an approved region. Google, yeah, but it says here Google aggressively blocks these workarounds. I mean, he's at risk of getting banned, dude. Like, that's the only problem. He's at risk. I have a solution. I think I have a solution. You know? 5 cherries on top with whipped cream, bro. Hey, wait, aren't you supposed to be living healthy, Shadowlink? Meanwhile, his blood pressure is probably great. His blood pressure is probably great, and I'm over here like, you know, in the process of dying. Oh, you sent me the cat video, Orphan? Excuse me. I'll have to check it out. Mad Cat Gamer. Hold on one sec. Where am I at? Okay. Dude, my stomach is my stomach's growling now, man. Only thing I can think of is it makes make it members only for a day to a week, then open it to everyone. I have an idea. I think it'll work. I might as well go to the 4-hour mark now. See? Now I'm settled in. Now I'm totally settled in. Yeah, no, I think there are like really intense workarounds, I think, but apparently YouTube is very much not, like, they're very much against it. And I don't want anybody to risk I don't want anybody to risk getting their account banned or getting in some kind of trouble with YouTube or something, you know? It's not worth it. 12 minutes to get a members lounge? Yeah, we'll go 12 more minutes. It's fine. I'm feeling pretty chill right now. I mean, basically just artificially extending the stream, but it's okay. I'm probably going to have to do that sometimes going forward. Although, hold on. Okay. You're saying in all seriousness, your blood pressure was really bad and you turned it around to be good. Vitamins, exercise, and better eating. Now, however, I eat even better. Lost 12 pounds, mostly fat, feeling great. That's got to be me soon, Shadowlink. It's that combined with my stress levels. Like, I just got to get shit under control. But yeah, the doctor said I could probably afford to lose a little bit of weight. I'm not all muscle. Surprise, surprise. So I could afford to lose a little bit of weight. But I don't know. The doctor seems pretty confident, or hopeful, I should say, that once I start taking the blood pressure medication, I should start feeling a little bit better. And then maybe that'll make it easier to manage my stress, Oh, look at that. Dude, we got Boss and Luna. Well, that's rare. Boss and Luna chilling together on the cat tower? I have not seen that before. I think this might be a first. I'm not entirely sure. Hold on. But yeah, I do appreciate you guys hanging out with me. Neutral Zone, thank you for the Unk Alert. I have beautiful cats. Thank you. That's very kind of you to say. My cats are pretty cool. They give me lots of entertainment, let me tell you. They do. Well, Irfan, I'll tell you this. The idea I have in my mind, it's not going to be me going out of my way. At least I don't think it will be. If it does become a problem or anything, then it is what it is, But I have this one idea that I'll try it at least once and see if it works in the way I imagine. And if it does, we'll see what happens. AWS and log in that region you can get a membership in. At this point, I think I'm stressing Irfan out. He's like, it's fine, guys, it's fine. RichRod's still demanding we get 32 more members. That's a lot. 32 is a lot. I don't know. We'll take it to the 4-hour mark and then we'll wrap it up. But like I said, I don't know. I may or may not be here tomorrow. It's up in the air right now. Okay. If I do show up tomorrow, then good. If not, I will try to show up Friday. And if we don't do the members lounge today, we could do the members lounge on Friday. Blood pressure helped my dad, and his blood pressure was way higher than yours. Once they were, the doctors were shocked. He walked in calmly to a hospital with blood pressure high enough to send people to the ER. Yeah, that's usually how it goes, right? That's usually how it goes. I've heard numerous stories like that. Luckily, I haven't had an experience yet where like my blood pressure was that high, where it's like, how are you not dead high? But I mean, that's the thing, dude. Like, it's clear that when I'm streaming at times, like my blood pressure is really getting high, like, dangerously high. So I'm hoping that once I go on the medication, hopefully I can be a little bit more, I don't know if it's going to like mellow me out or not. I don't know, but hopefully I'll be able to function better, Someone's going to, no, don't ban anybody. You're not banning anybody. Was I good at Helldivers? I did get good at Helldivers for a little while there. I got to the point where I was able to do the highest difficulty pretty efficiently, but it's been a long time since I played it. Yeah, I got the platinum for Helldivers too, but I fell off it. No, don't ban Marv. We're not banning Marv. No. No bans. MVG, do games delayed from 2027 still get a disc release? That's a good question. I don't know. Rich is now just straight up threatening you. Not you, well, all of you collectively. Calm down, Rich. Hold on. I'm checking something. What is this? According to a Windows Central report, Microsoft is losing $150 on every Xbox Series X and S console it sells right now, and it will continue to be in the red even after its price increase that happens in August. Beginning this Saturday, the 1 terabyte Xbox Series X will set you back $800, an absurd sum for a system almost 6 years old. But in the Redmond firm's defense, this is out of its hands. Sony, Nintendo, and Valve have all had to increase hardware prices as a result of a memory component crisis led by the demands of AI. It's a sobering stat, and while PlayStation's purchasing power is likely to protect it a little from the worst of this, it's going to make the environment extremely challenging for the PS6. Rumors suggest Sony was plotting for a scaled-back, cost-efficient console and handheld for next generation, but its best laid plans will likely be, what is this word? SCUPPERED. What fucking word is that, dude? By the memory crisis. And like, I get annoyed sometimes. I'm like, who uses that word? Ever. I don't, like, seriously. And it's going to be difficult to justify a $1,000 piece of hardware, especially in an era of diminishing returns. It's possible PlayStation may delay the unit, but costs may not come down until 2030 when the PS5 will be particularly stale. It's unlikely Sony will scrap all of its existing work on the PS6 to start over. We think this all could lead to the greatest console crisis we've probably ever seen. We just don't know how manufacturers drum up enthusiasm for these machines. But there you go. I told you guys. Shit's not looking good. It's not looking good. So fucking, I mean, dude, Microsoft losing. I tried talking about this a little bit earlier, but them losing $150 on every Series X sold, that's possibly like, I mean, what, we're talking $750, $800. I mean, if it stays like this, the next gen is cooked in terms of being able to reach a mass market. Your Series X was $350 brand new. Who's even going to pay $800? The prices now are just a straight up scam. They went tarnish mode. Yep, that's push square. Dude, they're always using these words. Like, I'm like, what? I don't even know how to pronounce it. Scuppered? Scoopered? Scuppered. Who says that? You think PS6 and Helix are going to be $1,500 minimum? Dude, I mean, there isn't a point to next gen if they go to that price range. I mean that. Like a $1,500 PS6, I mean, bro, I'm not saying nobody would buy it, but fuck, man. Like, that's gonna. Scubbard is an old word weird they're using. Freaking bunch of weirdos over there, push square. Good luck selling that with no discs. I mean, dude, like, I think the biggest risk that the PS6 runs with hitting price points that high is like you're just going to make the PS5 look even better. You know what I mean? It's like at some point the price becomes so high that people are now weighing up, like, if the PS5 costs this much and this is what I get versus the PS6 costs this much and this is what I get. You know what I mean? It almost starts, the price goes high enough, it makes the PS5 almost look like a better deal. And like, that's kind of crazy. Need a new TV plus a $1,500 console? Oh, man. MBG, can I beg for a PS6? You can do whatever you want, Tarnished. Did you see even David Hayter is behind the boycotting Sony with the no disc, no play? And he's all for the blackout in August. It's cool to see David Hayter getting on board with that. That's my snake. That's my snake. I think the RAM crisis will cool down before the PS6 comes out. I mean, hopefully. That's the only hope. That is the only hope, you know? Yeah, we watched the newest Resident Evil trailer in the members lounge. It looks good, man. I know some people are not feeling too great about it because it's very different, but I think it looks great. I think it's going to be good. We have Nominal D with a $2 direct donation saying people need to stop crying and get a job or second job. Is this who was the Sony executive that said that with the PS3? If it's your hobby, then find a way to buy it. PC players find a way to spend thousands for theirs. I mean, that's true, but I don't know, man. Like, I think even at a crazy price point, people will buy the PS6. I think they will. But I just think that, like, it's going to be so few people. How is it going to be a success? Like, how is this model going to work? They're saying RAM is going to be even higher 3 to 5 years from now. Come on, man. It's Jack Trenton. No, there was a Sony executive. Is it Ken? Oh my God, was it Ken Kutaragi? Ken, is that you? Keep telling people to get another job to play games is wild. It's like, how am I even going to have the time? Dwayne, you're looking forward to the Resident Evil movie? Am I streaming Wolverine day one? I don't know. I don't know if I'll be streaming it, but I'll probably be playing it, yeah. I won't lie. I can't fucking... Do you know what bothers me like the most about it is, like, I hate the idea that, like, I've played all Insomniac games. I played Ratchet and Clank. I played Spider-Man 2018 and Spider-Man Remastered, and I played Spider-Man Miles Morales, and I played Spider-Man 2. But the one game that they make that I'm like, oh, that's the game I'm not going to play. I mean, fuck, man. Come on. You think so, Power Boss? Bro, I disagree. I think it looks awesome. I think it looks great. I'm a big Wolverine fan. BG, if you never followed the business side of things, how much more would you enjoy gaming without all of this noise surrounding it? I know it's part of your job, but wouldn't... Oh, yeah, no, I absolutely. I can't... This is why I'm saying, like, I want to get... I want to talk more about games. I do. Fuck, man. The business side used to be fun to talk about because it was interesting and there was competition. Now it's just become morbidly depressing most of the time. You know? It's just like, come on, man. Yeah, I saw dude, it looks so out of place, the Marvel Tokon costume. Is anybody here interested in Marvel Tokon? I'm thinking about trying it. I played the beta a little bit. I'm like, I kind of suck, but I don't know. It's kind of fun. You know, getting my ass whooped, but I want a match. I lost the match and then I won a match. Let me tell you. I tried it. I tried it out. I had to because I'm like, open beta. Be massive at Evo. Here's an idea. Scour over the Sony releases coming out in the next few days. Oh, you mean to talk about upcoming games? I mean, it'd be an interesting idea. upcoming releases this week. There's so many games that come out, dude. It's crazy. Like, there's so many games that come out for PlayStation now. It's like impossible to keep track. It really is. Have any of you seen what Apple plan for buying their stuff now? You can buy it outright or put it on a 12-month payment plan or put it on a 24-month lease plan. I mean, I think those things are coming for consoles next. Yeah. They're all, I mean, Microsoft already announced it. Buy now. Or what's it called? What do they call it? Like, was it buy now, pay later or something? I feel like that doesn't even make sense. But yeah, they're already doing payment plans for Xbox. So you're excited for the Witcher 3 expansion? I'm going to wear a suit that day. Hell yeah, man. Well, I mean, this is the thing. Like, let me see. Clarendon loans. Marvel Tokon. I'm kind of interested in it. I don't know. I might play it. I'm a little bit torn. You know what game I've been looking at too? Like, I'm kind of considering maybe Beast of Reincarnation. Apparently that game's getting really good previews. I don't know. Perhaps. Well, guys, I just realized, okay, I keep doing that thing. I keep saying, oh, I'm going to edit it this time. I keep going over. This is what happens when I get settled in. No, don't do it, Rich. Don't do it. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. We hit 18 members. That's still good. I mean, look, usually what the goal is 25. So if it was 25, we'd be like, what, 7 away? So that's pretty good. But guys, I do think this is going to be a good place to wrap up today's stream. All right. I do want to thank everybody for tuning in. Very much appreciate it. Like I said, we're going to have a lot of members content coming up. But if you are a member right now, you can go check out my new gameplay commentary that I released. Hold on. I think we got another direct donation. PlayStation Contraband with a $2 direct donation says Splatoon Raiders is now the 7th highest rated game on Metacritic from user scores. People keep telling me to play it. Might be my first Splatoon game. Yeah, Splatoon. I've never played it, man. I don't know. There's something about Splatoon. It just doesn't speak to me. But 7th highest rated game of the year? Splatoon? Raiders? Nintendo doing multiplayer better than Sony? Is that what this is? Is that what I'm looking at here? Maybe? I don't know. I mean, maybe go for it. Let me know what you think. Let me know if it's worth it. But yeah, guys, that is going to wrap it up. And thank you, PS Contraband, for the direct dono. No, don't stop it. What do you mean your sacrifice will be remembered? And wait, Rich, stop it. They tried. You tried. You dropped 5. Shadowlink dropped 5. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. All right. It's okay. But yeah, thank you guys for checking out today's stream. I want to make sure to thank everybody for your support. If you did drop any member gifts, if you became a member, if you dropped any direct donations, super chats, all that good stuff, thank you so much. I can only do what I do here because you guys make it possible. And make sure you guys, like I said, go check out that members content I put out. We'll have more coming. Oh, hold on. We got another direct dono. Oh, wait, hold on. PlayStation Contraband with another $2 direct says 7th rated of all time. It's a single player story game. Is it? What? Hold on. I have to go investigate this for 1 second before I wrap it up. So you're saying the user score 9.3 based on over 1,200 reviews. It's got an 81 on Metacritic. I thought Splatoon was a multiplayer game. Splatoon Raiders is primarily a single-player and story-focused PvE spin-off. Oh, okay. But it also includes an optional cooperative multiplayer mode for up to 4 players. Wasn't so the first game was multiplayer? The original Splatoon on the Wii U featured robust multiplayer, including online 4v4 turf wars and ranked battles. Dude, that's really interesting that they decided to go from it being mainly multiplayer to mostly single player with some co-op. Very, very interesting. Anthony, you're not getting banned, bro. Rich is just being an ass. He was just joking. You were almost a sacrifice, but it's not necessary. I deem it unnecessary. Anthony, you're very welcome here, bro. Thank you for tuning in today. See what Rich is just straight up scaring people. Like calm down. But that's impressive. That's impressive. 7th highest rated user score of all time. I am impressed. All right, guys, that's it. I'm going to wrap it up now. I want to make sure to give a special shout out to Devil Shooter. Devil Shooter does the timestamps for the streams. So if you appreciate those timestamps, show him some love, give him some thanks. I know he appreciates it. Devil Shooter, thank you for what you do. And like I said, we may or may not be back here tomorrow. Just be on the lookout for that. And make sure you have notifications turned on for some upcoming members content. And that's it. All right, guys. I will catch you all in the next one. Until then, take care, everyone.